Shout out to Sarah. I see Old Bag is here. She does not have an ironing board. She's gone through a serious transformation, okay? Apparently she has a GoFundMe and everything. Please please share your link. Share your GoFundMe link. I don't know. I might be able to throw you $1, maybe five, all right? And then Old Bag says she is not familiar with this case, the Collin Griffith case out of Florida. Listen, I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin anything, but this is sheesh. Um, Probably folks were not really steered in the direction of this trial because it was taking place at the same time as the ASAP Rocky trial. All right, and you know how people feel about celebrities, but this is definitely one for the books. I kept up with it here and there. I had a general idea of I was aware of the charges. I'd pop in every once in a while, but I was wrong. I was dead wrong. I was dead wrong on the verdict. So this is the second case where I'm completely wrong. I did not see it coming. I was initially going to skip over opening statements, but if I did that, I'll be doing everybody a disservice. Okay, so we're going to start from the very beginning. The prosecution defense, they're pretty much going to lay the foundation, roadmap. So let's get into it. My hope is to get through day one today. I will be taking a break. I have a federal CLE around 1 p.m. Okay, I think it starts at 1 p.m. So my alarms are gonna start going off in what, my number's always off, but around around 12:50. Let's get into it though. I don't want to overtalk. Yeah, but this case is mind
All right.
blowing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was a Sunday evening, September 8th of last year, in Auburndale, Florida.
What are you excited about, Old Bag? Your GoFundMe? Me sending you $1?
And it was at that time that the defendant viciously and savagely unleashed his full fury and hatred towards his mother upon her, when he stabbed her with such force that the knife went shooting through her neck muscles,
Sheesh, Old Bag, I thought you were excited about me. All right.
through her esophagus, through her trachea, through her thyroid cartilage.
Okay, I think I'm going to let's remove the comments. They're a distraction.
And shot out the other side of her neck. You will hear and see that as this happened, she began to bleed, and bleed profusely through the huge gash in her neck. While she bled, the defendant was there and watched as the blood came out of the huge hole in her neck. You're going to hear that he was there as he watched the blood and the life drain from her body until she took her final breath and was officially dead.
All right.
You're also going to hear
Just teasing you.
that this was exactly what the defendant meant to do, and that this is exactly what the defendant had thought about doing and had wanted to do for quite some time. So much so that he told multiple people, including multiple Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputies and his own grandfather, the father of the defendant's mother, Kathy Griffith. His name's Robert Willantis. You're going to hear from him. He'll fly in from New Mexico, and he'll tell you about those haunting statements that the defendant made. And you're going to see that.
Okay, so that's the one aspect I did not know about this. I have my little notebook, okay? I have my little notebook because for this trial, I do plan on creating a video after the fact, after we get through everything, probably a 10-minute video. I was aware. I don't want to ruin it. Yeah, I don't want to ruin it. Let me leave it alone. I'll make my notes by myself.
That exactly what the defendant said he wanted to do and said that he would do, he accomplished on the night of September 8th of last year. But how did Kathy Griffith get there bleeding out on her mother's kitchen floor? In order to understand that, we're going to have to take a step back and take a walk through some time. So you're going to see, of course, not just what happened on and around September 7th and September 8th.
I need to go back a little bit, you guys. Zeta was in here fighting for my phone. So she did not succeed, though. She just got up. She needs to wash her face, brush her teeth. Her food's ready. She needs to get with the program.
In order to understand, but how did Kathy Griffith get there bleeding out on her mother's kitchen floor? In order to understand that, we're going to have to take a step back and take a walk through some time. So you're going to see, of course, not just what happened on and around September 7th and September 8th, some of the critical time leading up to the murder, but you're also going to see and hear how this all began. Now, we're going to take a trip back to February 14th of 2023, the year prior to the defendant killing his mom. At that time, the defendant lived in Oklahoma. And you're going to hear on February 14th of 2023, the defendant killed somebody else when he shot that person 2 times.
Okay, so the one aspect that was not clear to the jury is that the individual that Collin shot, I mean, the person is deceased in Oklahoma, is actually his father. But, you know, motions practice, the prosecution was not allowed to identify who the individual is because there was a potential that he would not get a fair trial, he being the defendant, that the defendant would not get a fair trial. So I'm just revealing that information here because it does not become apparent as the trial goes on. The identity of the individual does not, is not revealed until obviously after the verdict.
He shot that person in the chest and he shot that person in the head. You're going to hear that it was undisputed that he shot that person.
Okay.
That he was arrested for that killing, and that he has not been charged to this date. Now, after that killing, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant, as a little bit of time progressed, he moved back to Florida. He had been living with his dad for a number of years in Oklahoma, approximately 3 years or so. While he was living in Oklahoma with his dad, his mom
That should have been the connection.
lived in Florida in some different places, but including Port Charlotte most recently. And you're going to hear that while the defendant lived with his dad,
Really, though,
the mom, as any mom would, greatly missed her son. Okay. And she didn't get an opportunity for different reasons, including a very controlling dad that the defendant was living with. So Kathy Griffith basically didn't have much contact with her son, not because she didn't want to, but she would try to call him and talk to him, and it pained her greatly that her son.
I did not notice old back.
Have much contact with her son. Now, Kathy Griffith basically didn't have much contact with her son, not because she didn't want to, but she would try to call him and talk to him, and it pained her greatly that her son was not with her. You're going to hear that there's another brother, an older brother. He really doesn't have much to do with this case, but nonetheless, there was an older brother who lived with his mom, Kathy, for a period of time before he moved out of the house when he was old enough. So as the defendant moves to Florida, his mom wanted to make up for lost time. That was 3 years, 3 critical years of her life and his life when they didn't do mother-son things. They didn't spend time together. They didn't have all those opportunities that maybe other kids and other parents had. So Kathy, the defendant's mom, tried to make up for lost time. And she took her son on multiple vacations. They took cruises. They went to Disney World. They traveled out of the country. They went to Washington, D.C. And she spent all her time and affection and money on the defendant. That was her son. And that's who she had missed for all those years.
That.
Now, was Kathy Griffith the perfect parent? No. Was she the perfect person? No. But nobody is. But you're going to hear that she gave everything that she had, including her life, to try to take care of the defendant and spend as much time as she could with him, even at the cost of her life, which ultimately is what happened. Now, as the defendant and his mom lived in Charlotte County, in Port Charlotte, they lived in a house, a well-kept house. It was the two of them. And they did plenty of things together. Like I said, they went on vacations. They went to the movies. They hung out. It was just the two of them. So they had nothing but basically one-on-one time. Okay. And you're going to hear that Kathy Griffith, like any mom, expected certain things. These weren't off-the-wall, dictator-like things. These were simple things that she thought would be appropriate to teach her son about responsibility and respect. Chores, minimal chores, such as weed whack in the backyard, taking trash and food or candy out of his room, helping her around the house with whatever little odd jobs might happen. But you're going to see in here, the defendant wanted nothing of that.
Who's that, the defendant?
He didn't want to be inconvenienced. He didn't respect his mom. He didn't care about his mom. And wherever this deep-seated anger and hatred came from, it was real within him. And he told people about it. So as the days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months, his anger, as you'll see, was building and building.
Oh, got it.
As the time went on, you'll see that the mom had to deal with a lot of issues, including...
Yeah, apparently he knows his case very well.
...being attacked by her own son. You'll hear a little bit about the defendant being arrested at a certain point for domestic violence.
That or he memorized his opening. That's another possibility.
Violence battery. He was a juvenile, as he still is a juvenile. And you'll hear that he was put on some probation. But in essence, he was not happy with his mom. So he took her down to the ground and stomped on her hand. But they continue to live together. The mom, you'll hear, was afraid of the defendant and what ultimately might happen to her. And she was afraid he would kill her. But she loved him. And you're going to hear that she wanted to be with him. Okay. And she was cognizant of the fact that when he turned 18, he was probably going to leave the house. And that would, for all intents and purposes, end that one-on-one time. And he would continue on with his life however he saw fit. So it wasn't like every day was chaos or bedlam in the house. But the defendant had issues. The mom had some issues. But they were working through them. Now, sometimes they would go to the movies together. Sometimes there would be good days. And you're going to actually get to see kind of like an inside peek of some time on September 7th and September 8th, the day that the defendant killed his mom. You're going to see that in the form of Ring camera footage that Kathy had set up inside because she was so afraid of what her son might do to her. And you're going to see that there was cameras set up in different parts that basically captured the same or similar things.
I'm adding, maybe I should not do this. I'll hold off because that might interrupt the stream. We don't want that.
But you're going to get to see some footage from a kitchen camera that captures the kitchen as well as into the living room. So you're not going to have to sit through 48 hours or 72 hours of just nothing happening. But you're going to see some clips so you can kind of tell what the vibe was on those last 2 days of Kathy's life. You're also going to get to be able to see the timeline as it continues. We talked a little bit about jury selection, about a timeline, because nothing happens in a vacuum. So as the defendant's living with his mom, he starts making these statements that he wants to kill his mom.
Sheesh.
And that if he has to go back to his mom, he's going to kill her or do her harm or do himself harm. And he tries to make accusations against his mom that you'll see she was never arrested for anything as it pertains to the defendant. But nonetheless, he starts telling detectives, he starts telling deputies. And so the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office has different units, as does a lot of law enforcement agencies. And you'll hear that they took a proactive approach because they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the defendant, and they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the mom. So you'll hear that there were multiple deputies.
As I was opening this, I'm like, I hope these people don't think I'm drinking beer this early in the morning. I don't have beer. But I went to Walmart. Shout out to Walmart. I went to Walmart this past weekend, and the young lady at the register, I mean, she looked youngish, but I did not think much of it. So I had ginger beer, okay? And she went to go get, I don't know, a supervisor, somebody to come and ring it up because she thought that ginger beer is an alcoholic beverage. And I'm like, you've never had ginger beer? Apparently not. So yeah, I'm not drinking an alcoholic beverage right now.
And detectives that
I don't have
would
any.
check in on the family, would check in on mom, would check in on the defendant. And their goal was to try to ensure that both parties got along and that, of course, they lived long, happy lives together. It didn't work out that way, not from a lack of their trying.
So, you might actually need beer. Maybe you might need something stronger than that, in all honesty.
So as the year continues, the defendant, as I mentioned, got arrested for the domestic violence battery. He got Baker acted a time or two. Okay. And when he would be about to be released, he would make statements. Basically, he would say he didn't want to go with his mom. If he went with his mom, he was afraid of what might happen.
Why do you have that feeling, old bag? You need your ironing. You need your ironing board. You're not quite thinking straight just yet.
Of his anger.
You need a little support.
Would kill his mom. He also made statements that he was afraid that she would do something to him. But the reoccurring theme that you will hear from the witnesses from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office is that the defendant verbalized what he ultimately did, which is that he would kill his mom. You'll hear from one or more deputies.
What's up, Brooklyn? I see that Karen Reed will be live in about 30 minutes. I'll only watch it tonight, though. I'll watch it tonight, and then we'll see how far we get with this trial. I hope you're having a good morning.
I even asked him, well, how are you going to do that? And he specifically mentioned, sometimes he would mention different things like shoot or stab, but a reoccurring theme was he would mention that he would stab his mom. So the intervention continued with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. They would talk to both Kathy on the phone, the defendant on the phone. They were accessible. They would call and check in. They would stop by the house and talk. And the defendant and his mom independently, they had the ability to call the deputies and the detectives as well. Now, 2024, around February 19th or so, around that time, or perhaps a little bit earlier, the defendant sent a text message. He had many communications with an attorney that was
I'm going to object based on you don't know what this is. Old bag with a gossip. Old bag said, side note, apparently KV is pregnant. I saw, again, I was not live yesterday, and yesterday was my first real day off. And I was cleaning up my YouTube. I deleted so many videos. I don't even want to see how many views I have now. I want to cry because I deleted it's probably over 9 million views. In any event, what's her name? I forgot the lady's name. There's a young lady I've reacted to. Let me just go to my subscribers because I know that I'm subscribed to her. What's her name? I don't remember, but I want to run it here. In any event, her video was suggested to me. Or recommended. I opened the tab. It's one of the open tabs on here. I just did not watch it. Maybe we do that. Maybe I think that's probably how we end. Yeah, I think that's how we end tonight. We watch that video. I just cannot remember the young lady's name. Mookie. Mookie something. I don't remember her name, but it's an open tab. And I saw that, and I'm like, I don't know. I have no thought. I did not form an opinion. I do not know that it's not necessarily surprising. No, we come back tonight. That's what we do. We come back tonight. Yeah, let's keep things apart. There we go, Mickey. Mickey is her name. Yeah, we come back tonight. And the reason why we come back tonight is because there's another attorney that I want to react to. And I don't know, they kind of line up. They do line up. I did not watch the video though. So I don't know. What month is this, I guess? Sure. Yeah. When did the trial end? November? Yeah. Okay, so Brooklyn, Brooklyn always likes info. Brooklyn says, how far along? Yeah, old bag. I'm sad about that, but I can recreate it. All right, let's get into this though, because once we finish up this case tonight, tonight we come back. Tonight I think we come back around 10 p.m. because I don't have work tomorrow. I don't have work tomorrow, so we can come back around 10 p.m.
Approach.
All right, let's skip. Oh, they're tax savvy out there. They get to listen in. All right, Florida. Okay. All right, come on now. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, continuing on to some of the statements that the defendant made that explicitly forecasted what he did on September 8th of 2024. I mentioned the name Robert Willantis. Robert Willantis, as you'll hear, was Kathy Griffith's father. He is the maternal grandfather of the defendant.
That's what they were doing, Obed. And side comment, okay? So I bought honeycomb, like an actual honeycomb. I bought these in December. I was giving them away as gifts. I took some of them to Mississippi, okay? Some of them looked a little, I don't know, they did not look that presentable, so I kept them, okay? In any event, I've never had an entire honeycomb before, and the beeswax is just, it's like eating Vaseline. It's like eating Vaseline. So I used some of it in my breakfast today because I don't usually buy sugar, and I don't usually have maple syrup, but I don't know, you'd actually have to be from South America to know what this is, so maybe even from Mexico. Anyways, let's move on. Let's move on.
You're going to hear that Robert Willantis, of course, had a relationship with his grandson, loved his grandson, cared about his grandson, and still does. And the defendant told him something that was super, super disturbing, to say the least. You will hear from Robert Willantis that the defendant said to him that he wanted.
Brooklyn, you know what? I was thinking about that. Yes, I know. I see if I don't have better things to do with my time. I was thinking about that as well, because obviously, again, as I was deleting my videos, I got to go through all my archives. So I was seeing all the material that I had gathered. And I thought about that because I still go back to the whole marriage thing, right? How did the actual marriage occur? There was an individual on the live stream, like somebody in the comments, that mentioned the possibility of, KB pulling out a laptop, because we went over those requirements, and you can do it if you're in the same room. So I don't know, somebody showing up and they have it. To me, it still doesn't make sense. So I guess he would have his Fulton County blues on, or do they have I don't know, AI? Do they have like a Hawaii background? What's going on? But if I remember correctly, she apparently represented him in what is it called? A car crash case or something? Automobile case, something along those lines. So I guess that must have been the excess. And I would probably have to go back to Nick Starro, if that's his name. But I don't know. The whole thing to me, it's still that for YouTube, sure, but the YouTube check doesn't last forever. I have questions. I have questions, but we'll leave it alone.
Wanted to kill his mom and how he was going to do it. And the defendant said, more than anything else, I want to.
Oh, Beg, I did not know that there was actual dating involved. There was no dating involved. When somebody is incarcerated, I mean, it might be different here, but when somebody is incarcerated, it does not. How do I put this? How do I put this? Because I also don't want to generalize. Let me give you an example. All right. No, let's leave it alone. We can come to that example. I don't want, I'm chaotic, but I don't want to be steered from this case. Let's move on. And then we'll have that discussion around 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
Slit her throat and feel her bleed out and feel the life leave her body. That's how much I hate her. You're going to hear that Mr. Willantis, needless to say, was absolutely shocked. And he told his grandson, that's
a possibility.
That's twisted. You can't do that. You and your mom have issues and you're going to need to work through those issues.
All right.
September 7th of last year. The morning started with Kathy buying her son or letting him use her credit card to buy Starbucks. Bought a couple drinks, a breakfast sandwich, and the defendant came home. And this is going to be some of the ring footage that you see.
Okay.
So you'll be able to see some of these interactions. And you're going to see the mom and the son and some about how they're talking to each other and kind of what happened that day. The mom had minimal requests of the defendant. On that specific day, she wanted her son to help her put up a bookshelf. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to weed whack the backyard. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to clean up the food and the candy that was in his room, attracting ants, but the son didn't want to be bothered. You'll see that he had his Starbucks, he had his sandwich, he wanted to do what he wanted to do, which was he wanted to take a walk, get out of the house and exercise. So the end of the day, or sometime during the day, the end result is that the mom got fed up with him. Kathy was sick and tired of being disrespected, sick and tired of doing everything for her son, and basically told him, get out until you can show me some respect. Well, the defendant had no problem with that because he just wanted to do what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. So he went to his grandma's house. So that's how the defendant and his mom in Port Charlotte.
Okay, so the grandmother plays a critical part in this case. Okay, so keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Charlotte County, how their lives come to Polk County, because the defendant's grandmother, who is Kathy's mom, her name is Susan Detman. Her and Robert Willantis used to be married back in the day. Yeah. She had multiple houses, one in the Keys, one in Auburndale, and perhaps one somewhere else too. So the defendant got in his car. It was a nice Volkswagen black four-door. You'll hear and see that the mom had a white four-door Volkswagen. And the defendant the defendant drove to his grandma's house in Auburndale. And you'll see and hear at his grandma's house, he didn't have to put up with his mom asking him to do things.
All right.
Or to be respectful, or to do chores.
Yes, Brooklyn.
You also hear that during the relationship between Kathy and her
Yeah, this is opening. I was going to skip over opening, but I think it makes sense to actually give people a roadmap.
son. She got him video games.
On my
She got him a phone. She let him use her credit card to fill up, and use his bank card to fill up gas. She provided food. Of course, she provided shelter, clothes. I mean, the basic necessities, but she did more than that. The defendant you're going to hear and see is a very smart individual. He was in high school and was, I believe, taking college courses and had an interest in the law.
Okay, what is that?
And you're going to see that he was a fairly smart individual, and he would use that knowledge to try to do certain things. So on September 7th, the defendant leaves. The mom is at home, and the mom's angry. She's not happy.
Okay.
Does she want to hurt Collin or kill him or do anything to him? No. She's mad because she knows that her time with her son is slipping away. He's 17 years old by now. Incidentally, he was almost 16 when he killed the individual in Oklahoma. Now he's 17 years old on September 7th and September 8th. So mom is not happy because he's disrespecting her. He's not doing the chores. She's busting her rear end doing everything for this kid who's ungrateful. And she's mad. But nonetheless, she wants him home. She doesn't want him with her mom. She doesn't want him out running the streets or not knowing where he is. So she continually texts him and calls him. Her only desire is to get him home. Not to be mad at him or hurt him or ground him. She's willing basically to bend over backwards, as you'll see from the evidence, to just be with him.
Okay.
That's what she wants, is just time with him. You're going to get to see through text messages between her and him, her state of mind and what was going on. And the defendant was basically just blowing her off. He didn't want to be aggravated. But you're going to see kind of the mom was frantic. And once again, frantic in terms of being a mom and wanting to know where her son was and wanting her son back in her house. So she started to give him ultimatums, things that she wasn't going to follow through on. Some of the things. She was hoping not to have to follow through on any of these things.
Okay, so Old Bag says the mom sounds a little unstable. And why is that? I don't know. Because you do raise a good point, but why do you think she sounds unstable?
But you're going to see that she was saying, if you don't come home, I'm going to sell your car. If you don't come home, I'm going to cancel your insurance. I'm going to turn off your phone. And she would turn off the phone that she provided for him multiple times. She would turn off his phone. She would take away his computer. All things that she bought. She bought him a computer for school.
All right, so Brooklyn says the mom sounds like a real mom.
She bought him a phone because, of course, that's what parents do. And
Brooklyn, are you familiar with this case or no? I guess not. Probably not.
See, when you're a child, you can't get a cell phone with AT&T or have an account with AT&T if you're not 18 or older. Okay. So he was relying upon his mom, and happy to do so, because she made sure that he had everything that he wanted.
Okay. So Old Bag says 1 second she wants to do everything for him, then she kicks him out and then texts him to come back. How would you handle that situation, though? If you have a 17-year-old son that won't do anything, how do you handle that? I don't know. I don't have a teenager yet. I don't have a teenager yet, but I had a three-nager once upon a time. Yeah, I don't have a teenager, so I don't know. How do you handle this? And then Brooklyn says no. Old Bag says she seems extreme on all things. Okay, so I suppose you're saying that her threatening to cut off his lines, take the car, kick him out is extreme. Okay, got it, Old Bag.
So she was saying these things because basically she was hoping that he would be afraid of them and would come home, but he could care less, as you'll see. But then the Oklahoma killing resurfaces. And you're going to see that besides just pure anger and hatred towards his mom, that his motive, an additional motive for killing her, was what she texted him.
Okay.
Because he was concerned that that Oklahoma killing was going to come back around. Of course, it was still under investigation and still is, but that was going to be reopened. And you're going to...
So this is Brooklyn's explanation. Brooklyn says, mom and son, they had a blow up. There was a cooling off period. And, I suppose she was worried and wanted to reconcile.
Going to see firsthand why the defendant didn't want that to happen and why that just infuriated him even more towards a mom that he hated and couldn't stand for no good reason. You're going to see firsthand that Kathy texted her son between 12 and 12:29, and he received it. And she texted him, Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, and then she stated who it was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. And mind you, this is the day that he murders her, shortly thereafter.
Sheesh.
She continues on. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud. Chuck is the defendant's father, Kathy's ex-husband. So Kathy continues on. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where you told your dad you hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. She continues on. All because you didn't want to help me mount a bookshelf that took under 30 minutes. Weed eat the backyard and clean your room because bugs were in the candy you had all over. Remember, you chose this. You have 10 minutes
We'll
to
get to the defense shortly, old bag.
Call me and fix this, Collin. When the defendant read that text, his anger level just rose even more. Later that same afternoon, Kathy pressed it even more. And she sent a text to her mom, Susan Detman. And mind you, the location where the defendant had run to was Susan's house, his grandma's house. She was down in the Keys at one of her houses, so Collin had free range of the place. Hey, no rules, nothing to do. He could do whatever he wants to do. Nobody's even there to supervise him. And that's why he would like to go places where there were no supervision. I mean, specifically his grandma's. So Susan was in contact with the defendant because she was driving up from the Keys, and the defendant was staying at the house there. So Kathy texted Susan a similar text message. And she texted her mom, Collin's grandmother, tell Collin the recordings of him admitting to killing, and then she stated who the person was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where Collin told his dad he hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. Dad is sending me his recordings of Collin telling him how he planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them, so can Collin's. You're going to see that afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in an eerie video, Kathy changes her.
Yeah, old bag, don't ruin it for yourself, okay? I know if you're anything like me, you might, be a little impatient, but just hang in there. It's going to be over before we know it.
Clothes. I mean, you're not going to see her change her clothes, but you're going to see she appears in the exact clothes that her son would kill her in just mere hours later. And you're going to see that she had on some blue jean shorts. She had on a black t-shirt with a coffee motif. and she had a nice leather purse / backpack over her shoulder, and she left the house, and she was not happy. She was not happy at her mom. She was not happy at Collin, but she had one thing that she wanted to accomplish, which was not to do her son any harm, but to get him home so they could continue being mother and son. So she made the drive from Port Charlotte to Polk County. And you're going to hear that at
Polk County, where? Nah, that is not Tampa. Never mind.
a certain point, she arrived sometime in the ballpark of 5 o'clock, shortly before the defendant would murder her. Now, there were two ladies across the street in separate houses.
Okay.
But you have the grandmother's house on one side of the street, and then basically the two neighbors that lived across the street from the grandma, two nice ladies you'll hear from. But they both kind of independently saw and heard things. And you're going to hear that at around 5 o'clock, and one of the witnesses, I believe it was Miss Sally Bell, she remembers the time frame because she was about to leave for church. And she and her husband, you'll hear that they always like to leave right around 5 o'clock or touch before 5 in order to get to church and to talk to people and get a seat. So around 5 o'clock, these two ladies, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones, independently, they're just at their houses. They see
I'll take it at once.
Kathy, and they see the defendant, and they're having an obvious argument. They also see that Kathy is not doing anything violent to the defendant.
Okay.
But she's animated, and the defendant is animated. And then they saw the defendant grab his mom by the hair and start dragging her from the driveway carport into the house. And as that happens, Kathy is telling her son, Collin, stop, let go of me, you're hurting me. And that's the last that those two neighbors saw of Kathy Griffith. That's the last anyone would see of Kathy Griffith alive. You're going to have an opportunity to see crime scene footage and crime scene video, and you're going to see that the violence continued and started on that day when the defendant grabbed his mom by the hair and dragged her into the house as she was saying, let me go, Collin, you're hurting me. You're going to hear and see that this mom was doing nothing violent or physical to her son, who she took care of and loved.
Yep.
But the defendant thought it was all right to grab his mom by the hair and yank her into the house. Well, what happened on the way to the house? Kathy, one of her AirPods falls out. It falls in the mulch. The defendant drags her into the house, infuriated. Another earpod falls out of her other ear. You're going to see photos that Kathy would wear AirPods a lot to talk on the phone, listen to music. You're going to hear as he dragged her and was furious. You're going to see her AirPod case falls in the living room.
I don't know. I thought I read an article. There's an article that I came across sometime last week, something about noise cancellation headphones being linked to cancer. Everything's linked to cancer. But
as he continues to drag her to the back of the house, letting his anger and rage come out, you're going to see the crime scene of that brutal, vicious, savage killing that I mentioned at the beginning of the opening statement. You're going to see pictures of Kathy who came out of her flip-flops as the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see photographs of a charger that is strewn about on the floor from when the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see that same brown leather backpack / purse that was over her shoulder when the defendant was attacking her came crashing to the ground. And you're going to see that it's got blood all over the place. That when he stabbed her, she was still holding it. There's blood on the outside. There's blood on the inside. There's blood on the front, on the back. on the wallet, and you will see firsthand the carnage that Kathy suffered as she laid in the pool of blood that came out of that deep gash in her neck,
I need to
compliments of
hold
her
on.
son, Collin Griffith. When all the evidence is in, ladies and gentlemen, you should come to one conclusion.
Okay.
That being that the just verdict is holding the defendant responsible to what he chose to do on September 8th of 2024. And that just verdict, based upon the evidence that you will see and hear, is that you find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder and kidnapping for the crimes that he perpetrated on his own mother. Thank you.
All right, so that was a good opening. That is classic opening, not the stuff we saw from Takapina. I don't know what that was. I'm not going to grade this, but this was solid opening.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Does the defense wish to give an opening statement? You may proceed, Ms. Thornhill.
Good morning.
Oh, Ms. Thornhill, I thought the judge was saying Lauren Hill the whole time. I was like, Lauren Hill became an attorney.
You're
Thornhill.
probably expecting me to say something very different.
Okay.
From what Mr. Levine.
Something just came to mind right now. Okay. I'm going to write it down. Something came to mind that I did not consider previously. Again, I'll create a video after this. It's going to take us a while to get through this entire trial. And the reason, it might be a weekend project, okay? It might be a weekend project. Maybe I get back to actually going live on Fridays because I'd actually stopped, okay? But something came to mind. At the end of this, I'm going to create like, I don't know, a 5-minute video.
Levine presented, and you'd be right. I'm going to start by introducing some of the people that are a part of this family
Okay.
and whom you will hear from. You've heard some of their names already, but I think it's helpful if you know the relationships among them. So first we have Collin Griffith. Obviously, you are aware of him. He's 17 years old. Catherine, or Kathy, as she's known, Kathy Griffith, is Collin's mom.
Okay.
And tragically and sadly, she is no longer with us. Susan Detman is the third main person who is involved in this
Yeah, she plays
saga.
a huge role.
Susan Detman is Kathy's mom and Collin's grandmother. Christopher Griffith is Collin's older brother.
All right. Hold that.
So son of Kathy and of Charles Griffith, who goes by Chuck.
Yeah, this was a good trial. I did not watch it in its entirety because it was taking place at the same time as the ASAP Rocky trial.
Sometimes.
But I think it's worth taking a deeper dive into.
He was born when Kathy was very, very young. She got pregnant when she was 13. She gave birth at 14. Collin came along a few years later. You've already heard about Robert Willantis. He is Kathy's father and Collin's grandfather. You heard that he lives in New Mexico, and he has for many years. He's sort of removed from the family a little bit. Some other names you may hear are Christy Rooney, who is Kathy's older sister, oldest child of Susan and Chuck. John Paul Willantis, who is the younger brother of Kathy, also the child of Susan and Robert Willantis. Susan is now Detman. Finally, there is Nikki Markovich, who is now Susan's husband,
Okay.
and Kevin Markovich, who is the son of Susan and Nikki. So the half brother of Kathy and the half uncle to Collin. Okay. I should have drawn a family tree, but At any rate, this family, like a lot of families, at times is very close and at times has its issues. You'll hear about these cruises that multiple family members took together,
Okay.
but you'll also hear about estrangements and fights. The common denominator in the estrangements and fights, Kathy Griffith.
Oh, okay.
She is the person who is periodically, or for really long periods of time, estranged from any number of those people that I have mentioned. You heard that she lived separate from Collin for many years. That was after her divorce from Charles Griffith. With Susan, the other main player who you'll hear from, it depended not on the year or the month, depended on the day and sometimes even the minute, whether Kathy was communicating with Susan or whether she was telling Susan she never wanted to hear from her again and that she was dead to Susan, or that Susan was dead to her. Susan was a regular part of Kathy's life because she lived in Florida and close in Florida. Susan periodically stayed in Charlotte County. You heard about some of her other homes. She travels quite a bit.
Obag, actually, right before the defense attorney stepped up, I thought to myself, I need to look these folks up. Zeta took my phone, but I'll look it up on my I'll open a new tab.
Some for work, but for a variety of reasons. But she is the constant in Kathy's life. Always there when Kathy needs something, especially money. Some of the things you heard about that Kathy provided for Collin, according to Mr. Levine, were actually provided by Susan. Susan paid for every single trip they took, and that Kathy chose to take. Susan would pay Kathy's phone bill sometimes. At any rate, Susan was the constant. She will tell you about Kathy's personality. She'll tell you about her mental health problems. She'll tell you about Kathy's drinking and misuse of pills. She will tell you about Kathy's threats to commit suicide over the years, but not just threats. She will also tell you about the several attempts Kathy made on her own life. Beyond that, you're going to hear that Kathy not only wanted to cause harm to her own self, but Kathy has threatened or done harm to other people.
Okay.
You'll hear some of those details about some of the things that she actually did to another person in front of Collin involving weapons. You will hear that she has threatened to kill different people at different times and actually taken steps towards completing that wish.
Yeah, Obag Susan does take the stand. Shout out to all public defenders, okay? So Amy Thornhill is a public defender. And I've watched a number of cases out of Florida, and they do have some pretty impressive public defense offices.
You also hear that Kathy is not exactly reliable
Okay.
in what she says.
In what way?
You'll hear this from her own mother, that she makes things up. that she is unpredictable. She is erratic and goes into rages. As I said before, Kathy has been, or it was still estranged from multiple family members at the time of her death. I won't go into the details now, but you will hear about some of those details as well.
Okay.
So let's go back to September of 2023, now that I've sort of laid the scene. The family went on a cruise in September of 2023. Susan paid for it. It was Susan and Kathy and Collin and Kevin, and I'm not sure if anybody else went or not.
Why aren't you sure?
Kathy got upset on that cruise.
Old bag is intrigued.
You'll hear that Kathy, according to her own mother, if somebody doesn't do something that she expects them to do, she gets very angry. And in this particular situation, Kevin and his girlfriend was also on the cruise. Were supposed to meet her at 8:00 to go to some activity on the cruise. And apparently Kevin and his girlfriend were late. And Kathy got really upset and started saying that they had lied to her and that she was done with them. And she ended up getting her own room for the last night or two of the cruise to be separated from everybody else. You'll hear that as Kathy and Collin were driving home from the cruise, and Kathy's already mad, at least according to Susan, that Kathy was also upset with Collin. You'll hear a variety of things about why she was upset with Collin. You'll hear that she claimed that he was failing a class, and that's why she was mad at him. He wasn't ever failing a class. Every single screenshot on the phone records that show his grades show A's and a B or two. Collin graduated early from high school with college credit.
Okay.
He was not failing. You may hear that Kathy was upset with Collin because he had an appointment set up with, he was dual enrolled too. So he had, high school teachers, but also college professors. She got upset that he said, "Oh, I have an appointment with one of my teachers or professors." And she was mad that she hadn't been told that in advance. There was a disagreement. So either on the way home or when they get home, you'll hear.
So Old Bag says she felt the mom was off, even though the prosecutor wasn't trying to make her out to be that way. All right, Old Bag.
That Collin told this to police later, by the way, that my mom handed me an envelope and said, "Here are all the important papers you'll need if I'm gone."
All right. So Old Bag says the behavior was extreme or is extreme. And Brooklyn said it's just normal parenting.
Then they are inside the house, and Kathy got her gun. The gun that she has owned and lied about whether she had it in her house or not at a variety of times, and pointed it at her son.
Okay.
And said that she was going to either shoot him or herself or both. And then she handed the gun to Collin and said, "Just shoot me." She's ordering him around the house. At one point sends him outside and says, "When you hear the pop, you can come back in." Makes him sit down outside her bedroom, cross-legged. When he didn't want to sit cross-legged, she said, "You're going to sit cross-legged," with the gun pointed at him, while she sits on the bed. At some point, Kathy, I guess, decided not to go through with whatever her plan was. And in her erratic and unpredictable way, she put the gun away and drove Collin to school. So Collin goes straight to his teacher and says, my mom just pulled a gun on me. She threatened to kill me. She threatened to kill herself. I'm scared. So the teacher immediately goes to the school resource officer, and they get the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office involved. Collin repeats to multiple people, his teacher, the SRO, the sheriff's officer, deputy that comes. And they did send someone to Kathy's house because they were doing this investigation. And Kathy won't open the door.
Okay.
She didn't want to speak to the officers. Eventually, they convince her to speak with them. She said she'd had bad experiences with law enforcement in the past. She finally says, that never happened. Collin's just making it up because he's upset that he was failing a class and I took away his phone and his AirPods because he's failing a class.
Okay.
Okay, so divergent stories, right? Sheriff's deputies go back to Collin at the school and say,
I mean, so far, this is a normal trial. Nobody yelling, nobody getting yelled at, nobody losing their,
your mom says this never happened. She
very normal appearing attorneys.
says you're just mad at her and made the whole thing up. And Collin is like, no, it happened. This is what she did to me. She has a gun in the house. They didn't believe him. They believed Kathy. So when he repeats now to DCF staff members who are investigating, and he tells all of these details too, and the DCF worker has access to all of the prior DCF reports that exist from Florida that uniformly talk about Kathy being violent with others, Kathy not being protective of her children,
Okay.
Kathy threatening to or committing violence on other people. Despite all that, they believed Kathy. Collin repeated
I
again.
mean, that must say something about the actual circumstances, right? I would think.
And again, I am scared to be with my mom. If she does something to me again, like pull a gun on me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself and I may hurt her. So they put Collin in a Baker Act facility for those statements. Interestingly, Kathy, rather than being relieved that her son, who allegedly threatened to kill her, is in a safe place, does everything she can to not cooperate with the people in the Baker Act facility, the sheriff's deputies, DCF. They insist, because of what happened in Oklahoma and because of what he said his mom had done to him, and because he said, I don't feel safe going home because I'm afraid of what she might do to me again and what I will do in response, that he was safest in this facility. Kathy won't sign medical release forms so they can get more information about the family.
Okay.
She won't approve any medication for Collin. And then she hires a lawyer to get him released from the facility against all advice. When they were getting ready to release him to Kathy, He says, do not send me home with my mom. I am scared. She threatened me. If she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. So they put him back in the Baker Act facility. By the way, they find out she does have a gun. Like, she owns the gun. Collin tells DCF, I would rather go into foster care than go back with my mom. Because he didn't feel safe with her. Eventually, after you heard about the special unit from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office that got involved with the family, this is when they get involved. And you'll hear about either Corporal or Detective Rentis, he's a male, and Detective Lacey Zanoniani. A lot of times she's referred to as Lacey or Detective Z. But they start getting involved with the family. They're making suggestions to Kathy about how to handle this situation, and she is fighting against them in any way she can. She eventually Kathy tells Detective Zanoniani that Collin is going to this place called Sandy Pines, and he's going to be there from between 60 and 90 days. They're going to work on a treatment plan for the trauma he has suffered, for these statements he's made.
Okay. How much longer?
But after 3 days, Kathy checks him out of Sandy Pines against medical advice.
Okay. Get right into
There's a family meeting where Kathy admits to pulling a gun on Collin. But everybody in the family says, nope, Collin's going home with mom because mom was insisting on it. It's her way or the highway. So that happened in September of 2023.
Okay.
Next you'll hear is about the November 2023 incident where Collin ended up getting arrested. What you're here is, once again, diverging stories about what happened. On November 12th of 2023, Collin called the sheriff's office. He may have even called Corporal Rentis. Okay, so he is reaching out. He is being forthcoming. He says, my mom and I had a verbal argument. I left the house because I'm scared. She told me that I should just pack my bags and go. But then you'll hear this happens over and over. It's a theme. She will kick him out, but then she'll claim he's a runaway and he must come back. Inconsistent. So he called Rentis and says, I don't.
Oldbag has stated that the mother, the victim in this case, appears to be unstable.
Feel safe at home because my mom still has her gun and because she's threatened me before, and now we're fighting, we're arguing. That night on November 12th, the deputies decide that it's best if Collin go with Susan, his grandmother.
Okay.
Be separate from his mom, which I think you'll hear from the sheriff's deputies is kind of what they think would be best for everyone, is to just not have Collin and his mom living together. But Kathy is insistent that he continue to live with her, despite her knowing what he has said. And remember, he has said, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. If she threatens me, I'm afraid of what might happen.
All right.
So Susan picks Collin up on November 12th. She brings him to Auburndale, which is she teaches, and her in-person teaching job is here in Polk County. So that is her main residence, is Polk County. But that's a 55 and older community. You're not supposed to have kids there for very long. You've got Kathy yelling, demanding that Susan bring her son back. You can't steal him from me, even though this is a resolution to the argument that Collin and Kathy had, and that Collin is saying he doesn't feel safe with his mom. At any rate, next day, Susan, who is a trooper, brings Collin back to his mom. Best decision? Probably not, but I don't think you can ever know what other people are going through when you're not going through it yourself. So she brings him back to Kathy, and they're all together in the home. And Susan will tell you quite honestly that she doesn't remember if it was this day or another day, because there were many days like this where she took Collin and then Kathy insisted she bring him back. And then Kathy would go on a tirade against Collin when he came back. It may have happened this day. It may have happened another day, but Susan will tell you that Kathy punished Collin because even though sheriff's deputies had mediated this, Susan's going to take him for the night, let everybody cool down, that when Kathy started insisting that Collin come back to her, and he's 16, doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't have a car at this
So
point.
it's been a while since we've actually had a normal trial, right? Because I don't know. The last few trials, I do not know what's been going on with the attorneys. But this is classic opening, okay? The prosecution, we saw their focus was primarily on the defendant, who's the person on trial. And then from the defense, their focus of the opening statement is the victim in this case, right? So that's who they're focusing on. And by focusing on Kathy, the victim in this case, they draw attention away from the person that's actually on trial. So this was, Ms. Thornhill is not done, but this was nicely done. It was a good opening statement.
His grandmother. And apparently grandmother Susan didn't bring him back quickly enough to Kathy's liking. But Kathy
or the attorneys. The attorneys in the proceedings appear normal. The facts and the allegations are rather disturbing.
Punishes Collin. Susan will tell you she saw Kathy make him do a whole bunch of push-ups and holding weights above his head. And then she whipped him with a belt.
I know, where's
in
Brooklyn?
Front of Susan.
Brooklyn is
and Susan
normal?
Said, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's going too far. And Kathy says, no, it's not, because Corporal Rentis said I can discipline him any way I want.
Oh, wow.
Which isn't true, by the way. But
a way to end up in...
So Susan, walking on eggshells that she has done for years with Kathy, can't do much about it, she feels.
Yeah.
Later that same day as they're eating, Kathy is, these are Susan's word, reading Collin the Riot Act about this is how it's going to be. This is what you're going to do. You have to listen to everything I say because Corporal Rentis says it's okay. Susan thought she was being way too harsh. And I realize parents differ in how they treat kids. That's fine. And Collin did stand up and say, let's just do this.
What? Do what?
Now, Collin told the police, because they did get involved, and this is when he got arrested, that his mom kept telling him to shut up, and he wouldn't shut up. And you'll see some examples of that on the Ring video. Collin would talk back. Best decision? Obviously not. But he says that when he wouldn't shut up, his mom hit him in the face, punched him in the face. So he grabbed her and did a wrestling move where he basically flung her to the ground. He fully admits that. He says that while he was doing that, he kneed her in the stomach. Okay?
Okay.
He never denied doing that. At any rate, Susan says When he stood up and said, let's do this, she went to get her phone to call Rentis to try and mediate. And next thing she knew, they were both on the ground. She didn't see Kathy punch him, but she also said it's entirely possible it happened based on her knowledge of her daughter and how she behaves.
Yeah, Granny plays a crucial role.
After she's on the ground, they're both on the ground, Collin gets up and leaves the house. Calls the police. That's how the police get involved. Collin calls them. And you'll see some of the body-worn camera footage from that night with Collin talking to the officers, being very forthcoming. The officers spend a lot of time talking to all three people. Collin ends up getting arrested for domestic violence battery. Kathy denies she ever put her hands on him. He is put in jail that night. And the next morning, when he's getting ready to be released from the juvenile detention center, they say, okay, get in the car with your mom, because mom's there to pick him up. And Collin says, don't make me get in the car.
Yeah, Hobag, it does seem they do have a lot going on. Something's going on
with her. If she attacks me, I'm afraid of what will happen. If she comes at me again, I'm going to defend myself. The law enforcement officer at the juvenile jail basically says, I don't like your attitude. Get in the car with your mom. So Collin gets in the car with his mom, goes home, and she immediately starts making him do standing marches with weights above his head. And you'll see that on body-worn camera footage, because while the personnel at the jail forced Collin to get in the car with his mom, even though he said he didn't feel safe with her, they did call the sheriff's office and say, by the way, I had a kid that said he might kill his mom, which is not what happened. Well, I wasn't concerned enough about it to not let him get in the car with his mom, but I'm calling you. Can you guys go check? So all these sheriff's deputies troop up to the house. Kathy opens the door, come in, and you see Collin doing this with weights above his head. And the officers separate them and speak with each one. Kathy's saying, he beat the shit out of me last night. This is his form of discipline. He's been doing it since he got home from the jail. Collin is outside talking to the detectives, once again, being very forthcoming. He says, my mom thinks I'm going to hurt her, that I want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her. Okay. But if she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. Guess what happened that day? Collin gets Baker acted again. So,
let's look at
Collin's back in a psychiatric facility for the statements that he made about, I don't feel safe with my mom. If she comes at me, I'm afraid I'll do her harm. Okay. Meanwhile, Kathy is calling Corporal Rentis and Detective Zanoniani, all upset that Collin got taken away from her. And then she starts making suicidal statements to them. So they send other deputies to the house, and Kathy gets Baker acted for threatening suicide.
Oh, wow.
So all is not well at home,
in an
clearly. After Collin was arrested for domestic violence battery, Susan, his grandmother, hired him a lawyer named Jeff Rapkin down in Charlotte County to represent him in those criminal charges. Kathy is back and forth about what she wants to happen. Sometimes she wants the charges dropped. Sometimes she wants Collin to get diversion. Sometimes she wants him to, get the book thrown at him. Jeff Rapkin realizes that this is not a good situation. So he crafted what's called a 751 agreement. And this is an agreement between Kathy and Susan that allows for concurrent custody of Collin. And you'll see the legal paperwork. It was signed and notarized by Kathy and Susan and Mr. Rapkin. It was filed with the courts. The court ordered this concurrent custody agreement, meaning that Collin could be with either Susan or Kathy. Each one of them could make medical decisions for him. Each one of them could enroll him in school, that they had equal authority over Collin. And the idea was to kind of give everybody a break and respite. Kathy sometimes misinterprets that concurrent custody agreement.
Okay.
You'll see in some of her text messages or hear her on Ring video leaving messages for other people or talking to them. The agreement says that you can only have him if I'm mentally incapable of taking care of him or if I'm physically incapacitated, which is not true. You'll see the paperwork. At any rate, she has this very ambivalent, is a very tame term, very ambivalent feelings about whether Collin should be with her or not with her. And over the next few months, so December 2023 into the first few months of 2024, there is a lot of back and forth, meaning Collin goes between Susan and his mom. Meanwhile, he's still going to school and everything and keeping up his grades. You'll hear from Susan that Kathy would alternately kick him out again, say, get out of here, I don't want you here anymore, and then demand that he come back, even when he didn't want to.
All right.
Several calls over the months from a variety of people, from Susan, from other family members, from Jeff Rapkin, saying that Kathy is suicidal. She has a gun in the house. She's threatened to kill herself. She actually does overdose a time or two. So that's what's going on in those months. In February, and it's going to be unclear exactly how all this occurs, but DCF gets involved again. Collin repeats that he doesn't feel safe at home with his mother. This is, after the suicide attempts and Baker acts for Kathy. He tells them, I'd rather be in DCF custody. I'd rather be in foster care. I'd rather be anywhere but at home with mom. I'm scared. DCF wants him to live full-time with Susan. Kathy will not have it. Detective Zanoniani is saying, all these people have intervened and tried to come up with a solution. Kathy will not have it. Somehow, Collin ends up back with mom, but because he doesn't feel safe, he runs away again, telling everybody, I don't feel safe. Law enforcement gets involved again. They find a gun in the home, which Kathy had lied to them about and said, oh no, I gave it to somebody else for safekeeping. Oh no, there's a gun there. She also claims that Collin attacked her again to law enforcement. She said, he was trying to run away and he battered me. So the sheriff's deputies look at her Ring video and they're like, there was no battery. She tried to step in front of him and block him from leaving, escaping the situation, and may have brushed by her. That's what she was calling a battery and trying to get him arrested. But then she would have probably demanded that he come back home with her. Needless to say, much chaos. In March, in what I hope is a little bit of positive news in all of this, Collin gets his driver's license and he gets a job at Domino's. And he did get a car. Kathy didn't buy him the car like she wants everybody to believe. It came from a trust that existed separate from Kathy.
Or from the dad?
He's still going back and forth between Susan and Kathy, managing to accomplish things as a 17-year-old, 16, then 17-year-old. And then we get to the end of August, beginning of...
When we eventually get to the end of this case, we're going to take a look at accounts from one juror, okay?
September of 2024. And you'll see a text from Kathy in the end of August saying to her mom and to other people, I'm going into that dark place again.
Okay.
My therapist thinks I should go to a facility for at least a few days, but she doesn't. September 7th, you heard about the whole bookshelf thing. There was, in fact, an argument over whether Collin would help her put up a bookshelf. And he is not being entirely respectful to her when he says, it'll take too long, I have to go to work. Also, there aren't studs on that wall. If we put it up there, it's going to fall and it's probably going to hurt someone. So did he help her put up the bookshelf? Absolutely not. Should he have? Maybe. But he didn't. And this is Kathy's reaction. And you will hear her words and see her. Get out and don't come back. Even if you're bawling your eyes out. And give me the keys to the house.
I don't know, maybe she could have let the boy go with Susan.
So Collin's gathering things. He goes out the door. You may or may not see her opening the door and then closing it and locking it with his keys to the locked house inside. So Collin, being kicked out again, calls Susan, who is a concurrent guardian. By the way, Collin had been put on probation for the domestic violence battery. Okay. And his probation officer's name is Monique. You'll hear about her. And the court had said that even though most of the time you're not allowed to go out of the county when you're on probation, unless you're with a parent, it's okay for Collin to go visit his grandmother in another county. Just got to let Monique know. Okay. So Collin emails Monique, says, I'm going to my grandmother's. Called his grandmother, said, Mom kicked me out. Can I go to your house? She said, sure. She says, I'm in the Keys right now, but I'll be there tomorrow. Okay. So it wasn't like he was secretly going to this place where he...
Yeah, no, definitely. Shout out to all public defenders. She's doing a phenomenal job because she's taken all the attention away from the allegations, the charges, the defendant, and the focus is on what appears to be an unstable mother. And not even just unstable, somebody that's overdosing and, supposedly having her own son. Not just that, pulling a gun out on her son. I don't know, being Baker acted. So she definitely, this is a, what is this? A breath of fresh air.
Have a rager. This is something that has happened multiple times.
Now, this here is an attorney. Takapina, on the other hand, I don't know what he was doing. And that's why I keep saying, bro, I guess I do have public defense a bias, but she's doing very good.
So he drives to Polk County, and you'll hear from the neighbors that his car got there on Saturday and did not move.
Okay.
So, meanwhile, Kathy is getting worked up, to say the least, angry. I think one detective may describe her as manic. she starts in the early morning hours of Sunday the 8th, making repeated calls to Susan and to Collin, and will beg, plead, yell, cuss, call people names. She calls her mom a fucking moron.
Oh, wow.
She is all over the place, insisting that Collin come back home. But at the same time, she'd say, I reported the car stolen because the car is not in your name. It's in both our names, and you're not allowed to drive that car. But you better get in that car and come right back home. But wait, I took money out of your bank account, so you can't even afford to put gas in it, but you better come back home. Get in that car and come back home. I'm going to sell the car. I sold the car. I'm already up in Auburndale. I found a buyer whose aunt lives in that community and who gave me the gate code so I could come into the neighborhood in Auburndale, and I couldn't see the car at Susan's house.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how the prosecution maneuvered through this portrayal of Kathy.
You're in big trouble because I already sold that car. She was nowhere near Auburndale. You'll see the ring video. She was at her home. But she made up this elaborate story about having gone to Auburndale, gotten the gate code from the buyer's aunt, and going in and not seeing the car when the neighbors were like, the car never left. She is doing everything she can to get Collin to come home. She calls law enforcement, Detective Zanoniani and Corporal Rentis. There's no secret that Collin is in Auburndale and that his grandmother has okayed it. It's okay with his probation officer. Everybody tells Kathy, let him stay in Auburndale.
Okay.
Let him stay in Auburndale. Let him stay in Auburndale. Kathy claims on one of her phone calls that the police gave her 24 hours of Collin being gone until she was going to get in trouble for him being a runaway. No. You'll read her texts. You'll listen to her messages. Despite everyone telling her, let Collin stay in Auburndale, she wasn't having it.
All right.
She was the one who was angry. You'll hear Collin's voice when she says, are you coming home or not? No. Which is what law enforcement, Susan, everybody recommended, is that he don't go home. She went to him. She went to where he was safe. And the neighbors that you heard about will tell you that she came in hot and angry, that she sped into this quiet 55 and older community, whipped her car into the driveway, whipped it back out, pulled in front of the house, got out, slammed the door, and marched up to the carport door. Collin was never in the yard where her earbud was. She went up to the house and went in the house, angry. Within a few minutes, Kathy comes back out of the house, unlocks Collin's car, and starts throwing all of his stuff into it. And then after she's done throwing his stuff into it, you'll hear the neighbors say that she was yelling and shaking her fist, and it looked like she was the one who was being aggressive.
Okay.
And that Collin was standing in the doorway. So there's a door that goes into the living room, then out to the carport. And that he was standing in the doorway. And when she comes up and you'll hear varying terms. You'll hear that he put his hand on her shoulder by where her ponytail was and kind of brought her inside. I don't know that you'll hear And neighbors say that he dragged her from the yard by her ponytail, by her hair. They will say that they heard her yelling. You can evaluate whether you think Collin was doing anything at that point to harm her. That's going to be part of your decision. Or if you think he was trying to avoid her making a scene in the community where teenagers aren't supposed to be living.
Right.
You'll hear from the neighbors that they had seen Collin there before. He was never a problem. He would visit Susan because, like I said, he went back and forth, but they had never seen Kathy there before, ever. So Kathy and Collin go back into the house, and it's about an hour later that Collin calls 911, crying, upset, saying, "We got in a long fight. My mother's bleeding out. Please send someone right away." The 911 operator explains how to do CPR, tells him to move her, to lay her on her back, to be able to do CPR. You'll hear him doing CPR on her while counting with the 911 operator. And intermittently, he'll say, "Just send someone. She's not bleeding anymore."
Yeesh.
And when first responders get there, she was already dead. What you're going to have to decide at the end of all this and by the way, Collin has wounds too, is whether the state has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that what they claim happened, that Collin somehow planned this, he's been plotting it for months, that he murdered and dragged his mom into the house that she went to where he was safe to kill her, or whether what Collin had been saying he was afraid would happen and that had happened in the past actually was what occurred. That his mom came to him, went into the house where he was safe, and attacked him, and he had to defend himself. And that he is not guilty of the murder or the kidnapping of his mother.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton.
All right. That was really good. Good opening from both sides.
Folks, it's almost 10:30. We'll take our mid-morning recess of about 15 minutes. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or look anything up. Please leave your notepads in the chairs.
All right, please.
Get through all of this. Yeah, I don't know. Old bag thoughts. So what did you think about the opening, apart from the fact that, okay, so old bag says, "Oh, wow." Very good. Yeah, that was normal appearing attorneys, normal sounding attorneys. And that's why I actually do prefer ordinary people to celebrity cases, because with celebrity cases, I don't know, I guess folks are trying to show out, and it's always very chaotic. But I prefer, this is just a normal trial. But definitely both sides sounded convincing, and we have a clear roadmap of where, they intend on going.
State, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls forensic investigator Laura Ellis with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Look up the resume, and again, that's going to be during my break. We still have, I think, an hour and 15 minutes before my CLE begins. But I want to look up the prosecution. And the reason why I want to do that is because he is taking this thing on all by himself. Apparently, he needs no assistance, okay? He's got everything squared away. So that tells me that he must be a veteran prosecutor. Okay. So Old Bag does not exactly know where this thing is going, but she's very excited to hear from the individual witnesses. Yeah, this is a twisted case. It's just, it's one of those that just keep on giving. Ordinarily, I'd go to the comments, but we're not going to do that.
Step this way.
All right.
Stand right here and raise your right hand for the business witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, step around.
Just watch your step going up. Just sit in the chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Next, proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Laura Ellis, Loraellis.
All
And
right.
where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have 800 hours of on-the-job training with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and our education is ongoing. So they offer us education as the year
Oh,
goes
you don't
on
go
with
to college?
classes through the agency.
And what is your job title at the sheriff's office?
Forensic investigator.
What is
All
that?
right.
We respond to multiple calls for service. We obtain digital photographs, collect evidence, and process scenes as needed.
Have you been to a number of homicide scenes during your career?
Yes, sir.
Have you also responded to other types of crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this particular case, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of last year. Do you recall how you became involved with the case?
We received a call from our dispatch center requesting us to respond to the address.
Okay.
And where did you respond to?
77 Hewlett Drive in Auburndale.
And is that in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have any basic information en route to the scene?
We were just informed
I
that
mean, this must have been a very chaotic scene for the elderly, because I suppose when you live in a 50 and over community, there's certain expectations, and then this family comes along.
we needed to respond and call in reference to a death investigation.
Yeesh.
When you get there, what do you see first, or who do you see first?
I made contact with Detective Peters and forensic investigator Bange.
Is Detective Peters, Detective Danny Peters with the homicide division?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And did he end up being the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us anything he might have said, did he kind of give you a little briefing of what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
We waited for a search warrant to be obtained for the property.
And after the search warrant was obtained, did that give you legal authority to then do whatever you wanted to do to process the scene effectively?
Correct.
All right.
About what time were you there that evening?
What time did I arrive on scene?
Yes.
At approximately 19:09.
So far, it sounds like, apart from the one suppression issue, it sounds like they have done everything by the books. They waited for a search warrant to be granted and everything.
Hours.
All right. That's 7:09 p.m.
Yes.
Now, what was your first order of business once the search warrant was approved and you took the next step?
We started obtaining digital photographs of the scene as observed.
Were you able to see both inside the house and outside the house?
Yes.
And what type of community was it in general?
More like a senior living community. It was multiple like mobile homes.
Were the homes did they appear to be well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Like nicely manicured lawns?
Yes.
The houses were in order?
Yes.
Now, outside the residence, did you get an opportunity to see a couple of cars that were there at the scene?
I did.
What color and what make of cars were those?
One was a white Volkswagen Jetta, and one was a black Volkswagen Jetta.
Where was the black Jetta?
It was underneath the carport on the south side of the residence.
And how about the white car?
It was in the roadway
Right.
west of the residence.
Was it parked?
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity previously to see states exhibits 1 through 99? That also includes 77A and 77B.
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs that you took that document the scene and some things that you saw and impounded at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did they fairly and accurately depict everything?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes states 1 through 99, which also includes 77A and 77B.
Okay, so Obag says, is he leading? Is he allowed to? These are preliminary questions. So typically at that stage of direct, the attorney is allowed to lead.
Being evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
They are received.
And again, it's not just that it's preliminary, but he was laying the foundation.
Now, in addition to that, at some later date, were you able to take some aerial photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
And not the prosecution, the defense is obviously not objecting because they're not disagreeing that she took aerial photographs or whatever else it is that the prosecution is going to be asking this witness.
We respond to the PCSO hangar and
And another thing as well, I wanted to say the defense, but for both parties, you do not want to over object because that irritates the jury. And when you irritate the jury, they might hold it against you.
Bartow, and then they take us via helicopter and we fly over the area and obtain digital photographs from the helicopter.
Yeah.
And are those depicted
mine.
in state exhibits 167 through 169, in addition to a Google map overhead?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes states 167 to 169 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about, before we publish the photographs, the overhead aerial photographs. Do those show like how the neighbors' houses are situated across the street?
Yes, sir.
So kind of give a vantage point of what people might see from different locations, depending on where they lived in relationship to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Now, in general, when you go to a crime scene, besides what you physically do, what are your
In not even, I was going to say in theory, in practice, yeah, if you want to throw off your opponent, you could do that, but it could bite you in the back.
objectives in terms of the integrity of the scene?
We do everything possible to protect the scene and any evidence that may be in it. So we pretty much limit who is in and out. It's mostly our homicide detectives as well as our forensic investigators that come in and out of the scene.
Okay.
Now, the homicide detectives that are there, are they all doing like different things and have different responsibilities?
Yes.
Does anybody tell you what to do, or do you know what you need to do?
So we have a crime scene detective that typically will stay with us throughout the entire time that we're on the crime scene. And they tell us what they want us to collect or what they want specific photographs of while we're on scene.
All right, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish the photographs. Thank you. I may have some questions for you on a lot of these photographs, some perhaps not. But not surprisingly, we're going to start with State Exhibit 1.
Yeah, I mean, that can be an objective. You can certainly do that. It's not, what is this? It's not barred, but some folks might frown upon it. And it just depends on the actual jurors. It depends on who's on trial. Because in that Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, it was pretty obvious that Johnny Depp was the favored party in that trial.
Can you see it on your screen as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you jurors as well see it? Okay.
Elaine did not do a good job, though. If we're being honest, Obag, Elaine did not do a good job in that trial. That's probably one of the worst closing arguments I've ever heard. But she was not very efficient in representing Amber Heard. I don't know if she was unprepared. I don't know if she was unprepared, underprepared, or if that's just her style.
Okay. Tell the jury about what information that provides.
So this puts the date that we arrived, the date that the time that I'm going to start taking my photographs,
Okay.
our case number that's provided by the agency, what kind of investigation or call that I've responded to, the address, the city, who the victim is, and who my detective for the case is.
And what time where did you start taking the photographs?
21:54.
And what does that mean?
That's the military time. It was 9:54, I believe.
All right. As we continue on, State Exhibit number 2. What's this?
That is the outside outside of the residence.
And is the black car and the white car, the Volkswagens, are they visible there?
Yes.
I'd like to see too.
State Exhibit 3. State Exhibit 4. Now, in State Exhibit 4, is there an entryway, like a doorway into the house?
There is. It's along the north side of that carport.
To the left of the black car?
Correct.
And I noticed in the bottom left corner, there appears to be some mulch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This is such a normal trial. Even the witness appears normal.
State Exhibit 5, is that the doorway you spoke of?
Correct. Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 6. Did you notice something in the mulch that caught your attention when you were documenting the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is
State
leading.
Exhibit 7. Is that a close-up of what you noticed?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
It's a white AirPod.
State Exhibit 8.
What, if anything, did you notice?
State Exhibit 9. On the trunk of the black Volkswagen appears to be something. What is that?
It is a set of keys.
Going
I
back to
take it back. It was not leading, but he was speculating because it assumed that she had actually noticed something in the mulch.
State Exhibit 9. Did that appear to include also a car key?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 10, outside and out. State Exhibit 11. The first interior shot in this
They could have at
sequence.
least shown these
Kind
photos.
of situate the jury to what they're looking at.
So that's the living room of the residence?
Okay.
The door that's visible kind of in the upper left-hand corner, is that the door we saw from the outside?
Yes.
So if somebody,
Core TV had a documentary last night. I'm very surprised that, I don't know. Yeah, they had a documentary last night, the OJ Simpson trial. I watched a little bit of it, but the photos were pretty graphic. I'm surprised that YouTube showed that, or maybe, I don't know, maybe YouTube does show content of that nature, but the photos were really, really graphic. I've not really focused on the OJ Simpson trial. The last time I probably looked into it was over a decade ago. I was not even a parent, and I had serious nightmares. Okay, I had nightmares. But as far as last night's documentary, I did not watch it in its entirety. But what was interesting was the focus on the lead detective. Okay, the lead detective, I cannot remember his name, but he was interviewed. Not that he was interviewed. He actually he was a prominent figure in the actual documentary because he was talking, I guess, trying to trying to defend his character. I did not remember unless I missed it, because OJ Simpson was a long time ago, but I did not recall the focus being on the actual detective, because this detective was, the allegations from the defense was that he was a racist, and then they talked about the glove a little bit, how possibly the glove was planted, and the rest. But I don't know, maybe I have to go back. Anyways, the only reason I brought up was because they're not showing the exhibits in this case, and they're talking about headphones and everything else. It doesn't sound like the scene is graphic just yet, so at least they could have showed us, the non-graphic stuff.
drag somebody in through near the carport, would that be the entranceway?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
If somebody drags somebody in through right next to the carport, would that be the door that they would enter through?
Yes.
Is that speculation? Is it not? I'm struggling with that one a little bit.
It appears that there's something white on the wood floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why not old bag? That's probably one of, there's certain trials that, are probably worth watching. The Casey Anthony, OJ Simpson, I think, is up there. And probably even this Collin Griffith case.
State Exhibit 12. Now, how would you describe the interior of the house? Not the actual where Kathy laid, but the rest of the house.
Okay.
How was it?
Very well maintained, very clean, very organized.
State exhibit number 13. What is that?
It is another white AirPod.
Did it appear to be the matching one or a similar one to the one found in the mulch?
Yes.
State exhibit 14. Do you know what that is?
It is the case for the earbuds.
Okay. Where is it? Where was it found?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but so the AirPod outside, the
If
AirPod
you're
inside, and
wrong,
the case for the
Yes, it's
AirPods.
fine.
Once you get inside, does that start going back towards where you ended up finding Kathy on the floor?
Yes.
State exhibit 15. What do you see kind of in the background there? Where does that
And
pathway lead to?
If we go back to the prior objection, okay, where the prosecutor asked, if the entrance, I don't know, they're looking at exhibits, whatever entrance that they're publishing to the jury, I guess the prosecution's arguing that somebody would be dragged from the carport through that entrance. The reason the defense is objecting is because, according to them, Kathy was not dragged into the house. So again, you have to be what is this? Not selective, but you have to be well thought out in the objections that you're raising. They still have to go back to your defense.
If you go all the way back, does that enter the kitchen?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Now, in your route to the kitchen, did anything look like it was knocked over or messed up, or did everything look pretty clean and in place?
It looked pretty clean and in place.
Okay. They're showing the lack of
State
struggle
exhibit 16.
or the absence of a struggle.
Is this a picture of the kitchen?
Yes.
Now, the island, the bar, the island there, is the victim on the other side of that.
Yes.
And even the judge is normal. Like, I don't know. There's some pretty normal people in this trial.
That's a sliding door there. Is that a sliding glass door?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit
Nice
17.
suit.
That's an entryway and an exitway.
Yes.
All right, now state exhibit 18. To the left of that sliding glass door, are there a washing machine and dryer maybe?
Yes.
Did you see a knife?
I
at
know,
the
old
scene?
bag.
Yes.
I know. I want to see everything. I want to see everything. I don't know. Maybe they're just being cautious because I suppose the photos do get graphic. Or maybe it depends. What if, because from this angle, it looks as if the witness and the prosecutor are looking behind them, right? So maybe the camera could not show that angle without maybe capturing the people in the gallery or the jurors. So they must have some type of explanation.
Glass door, are there a washing?
Because typically, or at least in some of the cases we've watched together, the screen would be somewhere over here, right in front of the prosecutor. So they kind of look like they're looking backwards. That might be it.
Machine and dryer maybe?
Yes.
Did you see a knife at the scene?
Yes.
And is that knife visible in that photograph?
Yes.
You see, again, the defense is not objecting here because they're not disputing, right? They're not disputing that. I mean, they're just arguing that the woman fell on the knife, or the victim, Kathy,
This is
fell on the knife.
state exhibit 19. Is that a closer up of what appears to be a bloody knife?
Yes.
No, I'm trying to see Collin here.
State exhibit 20. State exhibit 21. Is this a close-up of that same bloody knife?
Yes.
Now, the jurors may see for the first time a yellow marker with the number 10 on it. What does that mean?
It's how we show where evidence is in our photos. So it gives a better layout of where everything is in reference to each other.
Did you impound that knife?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at State Exhibit 199?
Yes.
And is that the knife, the bloody knife from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move State Exhibit 199 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Yeah, and that's what they did differently because I'm used to what is this? Let me finish my thought. In the ASAP Rocky trial, I thought it was odd that both sides would wait until they rested in order to move exhibits into evidence. I've never seen that practice before, but just because I'd not seen, again, I've never been to California and I've never practiced in California, but that might be standard practice, but that threw me off a little bit.
Now, does the knife, and in a moment you'll have an opportunity to show the jury the knife, but does the knife look different today as opposed to when it's in the picture there?
Thank you, old
Yes.
bag.
And why is that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you're welcome, old bag. That's what I need to be saying. I need to get with the program.
On Wednesday, January 22nd, Detective Peters placed the knife into a temporary evidence locker
All
in the
right.
Forensic Investigations Office for me to process for possible latent prints.
And when you process an item for latent prints, describe to the jury what's the process and what does that mean?
So in this case in particular, I took a chemical agent called Sudan Black, which helps us see latent prints that may possibly
But they do have a screen up there, so I don't know why it's not on. I don't know.
be in blood.
And what are latent prints?
Latent prints are fingerprints that are left behind from the oils on your hands.
Okay.
So hypothetically, if somebody puts their thumbprint on something, you might be able to visibly see some prints,
Possibly.
or perhaps doing what you were doing, you might be able to lift some prints that might not quite be visible to the human eye.
Yes.
Now, before that knife got to you for that work request, had it previously gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do they process evidentiary items for the presence of DNA and or fingerprints, depending on what the request is?
Yes.
And without saying anything about any results or anything, but did FDLE do their analysis on the knife for DNA before you did your fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
Now, do the detectives under a crime scene have to kind of think about which one to do first, or if both are feasible?
It's up to the lead detective on the case, if they want us to process it first or if they would like it to go to FDLE first.
And is that a calculated decision that the detective could speak about?
Yes.
Now, so tell the jury about what did you actually do? I know you described it a little bit. What's that process like?
So it is a chemical agent that is black in color, and we cover whatever the area is that's covered in apparent blood. We cover it in that chemical. We let it sit for a minute, and then we wash it off. And we can also repeat it to try and darken any possible latent prints on the item.
Where do you do that?
I did it at the Forensic Investigations Office in Winter Haven.
Okay.
And that's a secure, clean place?
Yes.
After you did all that, what were your results?
I was met with negative results.
Does that mean there were no latent prints that you were able to see or lift that could be compared to anything?
Yes.
Yeesh, what does that
And
mean?
did you have an opinion about, is it difficult to get latent prints after an item's already been processed for DNA?
I don't particularly have an opinion on that.
Okay.
Okay. So at the end of your results, in essence, you couldn't decide that there was anybody's fingerprints on that knife, correct?
Oh no, I guess it sounds like the prosecutor wanted the technician to say that it may have been cleaned off, because I think, again, we cannot see the pictures here, but from the description of the exhibit, it sounds like it was in a sink.
Correct.
And are there certain
Being the knife.
reasons why somebody may leave a fingerprint or not leave a fingerprint?
Yes.
And
I know that's a curious one though, because if law enforcement is arriving, They are arriving before Kathy is taken away from the scene, right? Uh, did Colin put the knife in the sink? I would presume so because I don't think that law. I don't not that I don't think because some officers may do it, but it does not make sense for the officers to be the one to, remove the knife out of Kathy's or where was it? I forgot before I make up locations. Um, yeah, I don't know. I have questions. I have questions for Colin.
Fingerprints are not always left on an item, correct? Even if somebody handles it.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Her esophagus.
Your Honor, could forensic investigator Ellis get off the witness stand to show the jury the knife?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Obag and I are on the same page because I think that's what he was trying to get at, but the technician or the officer has no opinion.
For the record, the State Exhibit 199 will be shown to the jury by investigator Ellis.
Even the exhibit numbers are normal. Like, this is what I'm used to. This is Victor, or whatever it is they had in the YSL trial. They had Victor, XY, whatever. I'm like, wait, what? When did we get there? There was actually a time when I considered the Florida bar, but nah, I'm too old. I'm too old to be taking any bar exams. But yeah, there was a time when I considered living in Florida because I do have friends out there, and every time I returned to the East Coast, I was always in tears because I had to deal with the snow.
And ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you
I
that
think
any item
it's
that's
legal.
received in evidence will go back with you to the jury room during deliberations. So you'll have plenty of time to examine anything that's received.
Yeah, I think the reason why we do not get to see the exhibits, it has to do with the angle at which the exhibits are displayed. They want to maintain the integrity of their courtroom and not showing jurors and people in the gallery.
But from time to time, the parties may wish to publish evidence here in open court.
Huh?
Okay, make sure all the jurors can see it, and then you can have a seat. All right, thank you, Ms.
Yes.
All right, we'll continue on with the photographs.
Oh, the actual
State
knife.
exhibit number
Got it.
22. Now, what is approximately the total length of that knife, blade and handle?
12 inches or 1 foot.
And then in terms of the actual knife blade, approximately how many inches is the knife blade?
It's approximately 7.
Mm.
You said 7 inches?
Yes, sir.
Now,
I thought about that this morning. Actually, no, I don't. We can look it up though. Let me write that down. I'll have those answers in about an hour and 45 minutes because at 1 p.m. Eastern time, I do have a federal CLE. So yeah, I'll be gone for an hour and then we'll be back.
Exhibit 23. Could you situate us to, if you continue to the left on that photograph, where are you headed towards?
Back towards that living room area.
The living room and then eventually the door that we saw earlier?
Yes.
And does that give a view of what you were describing in 24?
Yes.
25. What begins to be visible in State Exhibit 25?
The victim.
Now, on the left side of the photograph, is that some of the sliding glass door blinds?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement her head seems to be fairly close to that area?
Yes.
Above her head on the floor, what is that pictured?
It's a brown hearse backpack.
It's a what?
All right, State Exhibit 26. Is that who you would later find out to be Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
The blood that you notice at this scene, is that one of the first pictures of the blood and how high it went?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that the blood didn't go super high up on the walls or the cabinets, but seemed more down
Okay, so
low?
no spatter.
27.
It has to be 12. It's 12 across the board for felony. So it's 12 all over the country. I don't even have to have practice in Florida to know that.
Now in 27, what's the white thing and the gray thing by her head?
So the white thing is a towel,
Okay.
and the gray thing is a shirt.
All right.
Is the neck or the stab wound visible a little bit there?
Yes.
It's on the right side of her neck, is that correct?
Yes.
The boy is drinking some
28.
water.
As we get closer to the purse/backpack you described, was blood clearly visible all over it?
Yes.
And that surface area, is that kind of what, if somebody put it on their back, that would be touching their back?
Yes.
Obag, I'm quickly about to upload something. Hopefully it doesn't interrupt the stream, but if it does, I'll be right back. Okay. But it shouldn't. I don't think it will. I don't know. I'm not sure.
29. I want to ask you about in this upper corner here, your upper right-hand corner, there appears to be coagulated blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does coagulated mean?
It's when blood has been sitting for quite a bit of time, it starts to gather together.
Clotting.
Did you document also the blood inside and outside the purse?
There we
Yes.
go.
Is that blood between the deputy's wrists there?
Yes.
Is that blood all in the interior of the purse?
I
as well?
manage. I did not interrupt the stream.
Oh,
Yes.
for the record, that's State Exhibit 31. State Exhibit 32. State Exhibit 33. What's that pink zipper pouch?
It was a makeup bag that she had within the brown purse backpack.
Did it appear there was blood on that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
34. Does that show a wallet?
Yes.
35. Is there blood on that wallet?
Yes.
36. Whose driver's license and whose picture is that?
That's the victim's driver's license.
All right.
Were you able to determine, obviously, that the purse and the contents were Kathy's?
Yes.
37. Was Kathy wearing basically a black T-shirt and some jean shorts?
Yes.
Was she also at one point wearing some Under Armour flip-flops?
I do not know if she was wearing Under Armour flip-flops at one point.
Did you see some Under Armour flip-flops close to her body?
Yes.
All right.
But how they got there, you're unaware?
Correct.
Okay. Again, this is, I've said this before, typically law enforcement officers or law enforcement witnesses make good witnesses because had it been a layperson, they would have gone on to assume that she must have worn the flip-flops, which would have been objectionable. Even on cross-examination, I don't know how a witness survives this, but obviously she's been trained and she knows what she can testify to.
Now, it appears that her arm from approximately her upper forearm / elbow area is obstructed. Was her arm under something?
Yes.
What
Her
was-
arm was under the kitchen island.
Wait, what? Hold on, let's think about that for a little bit. Under the kitchen island? Oh, okay.
38. Is that the neck wound?
Yes.
39. 40. 41. Tell the jury about why do you put a ruler up next to the neck wound?
It shows length and width. of the injuries on the victim's body.
And is that wound basically wide open?
Yes.
Yeesh.
All right, 42. Is that the dishwasher?
Yes.
What's the red thing, the red stuff?
It's apparent blood.
And is that to the left of that same dishwasher?
Yes.
Okay.
Now going back to 42 for a second. In front of the dishwasher, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
And Kathy's on basically like the other side of it, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how the blood got all the way over there?
I do not.
Continuing on to 44.
Okay, hold on. Let's quickly go back.
Do you know same two for a second? In front of the dishwasher, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
Okay.
And Kathy's on basically like the other side of it.
All right. So obviously, I guess the prosecution wants the jurors to reach a conclusion that it's Collin that must have, been traveling or moving about,
Correct?
Yes.
or at least dragged. No, nah, probably not dragged.
Do you know how the blood got all the way over there?
I do not.
Continuing on to 44. In the forefront or front of the photograph there, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
Now, is the knife block from which the knife came from visible?
Okay, so Oldbag says, how was the arm under the island and why is it important? I guess they're trying to show that she was moved. That's just in conjunction with the questions about, some trail of blood or blood spots that are on the other side from where Kathy was found. I mean, they could have at least showed us a sketch or something.
Visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Going back for a moment. Where in this photograph is it visible?
It's to the left of the stove.
Okay.
And is it kind of like a wooden block there?
Yes.
And were there a number of knives still in the block?
Yes.
And then, of course, an empty space for the knife you located?
Yes.
That means that the knife was removed.
Now, is this obviously of Kathy's legs and feet?
Yes.
And by her feet, what were the four items that you found on the floor there?
There was a left flip-flop, a right flip-flop, 2 phone charging cords, and a set of keys.
Is that blood on the cupboard in the upper left of the photograph?
Yes.
48. Are those the items you mentioned?
Yes.
And it appears that there's the Under Armour logo on one of the flip-flops. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be apparent blood in State Exhibit 49 on the bottom of Kathy's flip-flop?
Yes.
In State Exhibit 50, does there appear to be some apparent blood on the other flip-flop?
Yes.
And those are a matching pair, is that correct? Both Under Armour?
Yeah, it's hard to picture
In
without
State Exhibit number 51, does there appear to be blood underneath the
exhibit.
chargers?
Yes.
52, 53, 54. Did you see various marks and bruises and or scrapes on Kathy's legs and feet, or Kathy's legs?
Yes.
Continuing on with 55 and 56.
No, Oldbag.
All right, going to 57.
He would be incredibly foolish to do that. No, he did not. He did not take the stand. Oh, there's a case. I forgot. Oh, there's another case out of Florida. Hold on. Let me make a note for myself. Yeah, because that one I'm going to pre-record. Okay, it's going to be very short, but I'm going to pre-record. The only reason I thought about that is because the defendant in that case took the stand.
Does that show what you were describing, her right arm being under the kitchen island?
Yes.
Going back to 57, the bottom of the island, does there appear to be a lot of blood near her arm, extending to the left and the right?
Yes.
All right.
And on that single door by the shelves, is that blood?
Yes.
$59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. Is the knife block much more apparent in this photograph?
Yes.
You
Okay.
mentioned to the left of the stove on the countertop.
Yes, sir.
67, 68, 69. Now in 69, is there something on the island that caught your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The victim's cell phone.
Okay.
And it does appear that the countertop of that kitchen island is pristine and nothing knocked over, no problems.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is that signal? That she attempted to call for help and the phone was taken away from her, or that when she entered, I don't know, defense saying she entered, prosecution saying she was dragged in. So did she put the phone on the counter? Or what is the prosecution getting at?
In 71, is that a close-up of Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the time at that point was 11:09 on Sunday, September 8th, as you're taking photographs.
Yes, sir.
Now, on the screen, there appears to be some pictures or icons. Were you able to kind of take a close-up and figure out what those were? Can you see on your screen?
Yes, sir. They were notifications on her
What?
phone.
And who did she get notifications from? Can you read the print?
She had a missed call from Susan Deathman,
Okay.
and it appears a text message from a Detective Lacey.
Mm.
And are
Okay.
you able to see a little bit of the content of that text message from the detective?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
I tried to call you.
Okay. What time? What time was the call made?
In 73, there appears to be some yellow tape and rulers. What's the purpose of that?
That is for us to do bloodstain documentation.
Okay.
I also noticed that the island appears to no longer be there in the kitchen, exposing Kathy's right arm and hand and watch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you move the island?
We had about 3 or 4 of the homicide detectives move the island.
Wait, they physically moved an island? What? I mean, it is a mobile home. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
And was that in order to document
What did they destroy it? Did they just, bulldoze it?
what was underneath the island?
It was in an effort to preserve any blood, apparent blood that may be on the floor underneath and around the victim.
And does 74 show some additional blood that would have been under the island by the victim's right hand?
Yes.
75. Is that the white towel and the gray shirt?
Okay, so Obag says, this is so interesting because you're pointing out things that I wouldn't understand watching it alone, like the defense saying she walked in and the prosecutor saying that she was dragged up. You're welcome, Obag. Well, thanks for keeping me company because, listen, I think this is one of those cases that folks have to watch at least in 2025, maybe over a lifetime, but I think it's an important case.
Yes.
Now, from 75 to 76, did you pick up the gray shirt to investigate further?
Yes.
What does 76 show?
It's an apparent slit in the gray t-shirt.
Okay.
And are you aware of how that got there?
I am not.
Are you aware when that got there?
No.
Are you aware of who did that?
No.
All right. So again, it would be helpful for us to see the exhibits, but they're saying an apparent slit in, I suppose, Kathy's T-shirt, right? So the prosecution, obviously, I think they're arguing that this is Collin's doings, but they're also trying to show some type of what is this? A struggle, or at least, an attack from Collin against his mother.
77. What's that show?
It's a small hole in the shirt.
Okay.
Where on the shirt is that? Do you know, like front or back? Do you remember?
It's the back left shoulder of the shirt.
Back left.
Do you know what caused that?
No.
Do you know how it got there?
No.
When it got there?
No.
Who did that to that shirt?
No.
Whether it was purposeful or accidental?
No.
All right, as we move on to 77A,
How much
is that same shirt?
Yes.
And where do you take that photograph of the shirt?
I was at the forensic investigations office.
And is that like a gray camo shirt?
Yes.
77B appears to be a close-up. What was the purpose of the close-up? What does it show?
It's showing apparent blood
Where on that shirt is the apparent blood?
underneath the collar of the shirt.
Okay.
And I believe you might be able to point to something on the screen with a mouse.
Mouse up there on the.
This.
If you could, for everybody's benefit, kind of show where the apparent blood is.
It is about right here on the shirt.
Okay.
Good morning, Benji. It's afternoon for us on the East Coast. But how are you doing? Are you ready to get your day started? And then Obag says, I want to see her hair in a ponytail. Is it messed up? Because if he dragged her by her hair, I would think that you would notice it being messy. I don't even know if it's necessarily just the dragging, but if she falls to the ground after, I don't know, prosecution saying that Collin stabbed her, defense is saying she fell on a knife, okay? Regardless, either way, she would not lay down neatly, okay? Brooklyn says, did I miss a lot? Go back from where I dropped off or continue? I'd say continue, Brooklyn, because in a little bit here, I'm going to take a break because I have a CLE, so you can go back, during the break. And then, I don't know, you may actually have missed a lot, but this is the first witness. Okay. Yeah, Benji, I'm off. I'm off this week, so I thought I better get started early. But you're not missing too much. We're starting this Collin Griffith trial. Don't look it up. The trial has already concluded, but don't look it up unless you want to spoil it for yourself. But tonight we come back with something completely different, okay? And then Obag says, shout out to Benji. Listen, shout out to Benji, Obag, and Brooklyn. All right.
All right, moving on to 78. Is that Kathy's feet?
Yes.
Foot, excuse me. And there's apparent blood all over her
We're
foot.
struggling a little bit.
Yes.
Carrying on with 79 and 80. 81.
Yeah, but Benji, so far, I mean, you can take a look at the chat. So far, this has been a normal trial. No unruly behavior from attorneys, no attorneys behaving poorly. Prosecution had a good opening. The defense had a good opening. The witness is normal. The judge is normal. Nobody's yelling. Nobody's screaming. A few necessary objections, but that's about it.
82. Were you able to see bruises on different parts of her arms and legs?
Yes.
What time is it in California?
83.
9? Is it 9?
Now in 84, I take it at this point, Kathy had been taken away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this show?
So Obag says that if you're pulled by your hair, I need to see some evidence of that. So hopefully we will hear about that. Possibly. I mean, I'd have loved to see the exhibits. Not everything. I don't like, the gruesome stuff. That stuff makes me sick. Even the OJ Simpson, documentary on Core TV last night. They had pictures of, uh Nicole Brown Simpson. They had I don't know, it was too bloody for me. I couldn't stomach that.
Would have been underneath Kathy's body,
Okay, so 935, 936.
including the coagulated blood at the top of the photograph you mentioned.
Yes.
What's for breakfast, Benji? And are you working today?
Okay, for the record, that was 85. Now we go outside. 86, is that black Volkswagen that was right by the door by the carport?
Yes.
The interior of the car in 87, did you find a cell phone in that car
Yes.
and a computer?
Yes.
That's a hot mess. All right.
88,
I was not expecting that, but shout out to Hot Cheetos, though.
is that the black cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine this was the defendant's car and the white car was Kathy's car?
I wasn't made aware of which car was which on scene.
Okay, and just a rundown, Benji. So Collin Griffith, he's still 17 years old. At the time of the trial, he was 17 years old. He was on trial for, apparently offing his mother. The defense, they were arguing that the mom fell on a knife. The blade approximately 7 inches. And then from handle to tip, I believe it's about 12 inches. During the opening, the defense the prosecution was equally good. But the defense, shout out to all public defenders. Collin is being represented by the public defender's office. So during the opening, the defense steered clear of the defendant. Okay, their focus was primarily on the victim in this case, who is the defendant's mother. And I took notes after the fact. I will create a short video just summing everything up. But they painted the mother out to be, it sounded like she was a junkie. Apparently, she overdosed on 2 occasions. She appeared to be the person that wanted things to go her way. If people were out of line with that, then she was not happy. She was painted out to be as somebody that was not easy to get along with. A lot of estrangement in the family between her and other individuals, including her son. She appeared to be, or she was, by the defense, she was portrayed to be somebody that was somewhat irrational. By that, I mean she accused the son of failing school, where in actuality he had mostly A's and maybe a few B's here and there. And apparently he graduated high school early and had college credits, but I guess the B's are not good enough if that is true. But what's going to be very interesting in this case is the role that the victim's own mother plays in this case. But this is the facts. The allegations are very disturbing, but it's a good case, because the case pretty much highlights this concept of making a distinction between factual truth and substantive truth. And at the very beginning of this trial, I'm just putting it out there, beginning of this trial, or even prior to the trial, okay, there is evidence. Evidence in this case is going to show that this kid previously killed somebody, okay? The identity of that individual will not be disclosed during the trial, but it does become apparent once the trial concludes, okay? And as I make the video, I'm going to point to something that the prosecution said, as well as something that the defense said that relate to this individual that was killed by this kid about a year prior when he was 16 years old. And the again, the reason why that person's identity was not revealed in this case, I did not go through the motions, but putting my legal hat on, I will presume that the jury could have easily concluded that this kid was guilty of, perpetrating the crimes that he's accused of here if the identity of the other individual was released. So in essence, he would not have a fair trial.
Did you find that out later?
Yes.
Did you find
It
what?
was Kathy's car?
I wasn't made aware of which car was which on scene.
All right.
Did you find that out later?
Yes.
out?
There appeals, excuse me.
Yeah, you might want to get some real food.
The next photograph, which is 89. What does that say on
I
that?
don't exactly fault you though. 9 a.m. is kind of too, or at least for me. I don't usually eat breakfast. Let me not even talk. I have terrible eating habits. So
Paperwork.
It says the R. Fred Lewis 2021 Florida High School mock trial competition.
And then 90. Is that a continuation of that paperwork?
Yes.
And what's the subject matter of that? If you could read what you're able to make out.
Would you like me to read what I can from
Yes.
this? The victim, a Caucasian male, approximately 5'11" in height and weighing approximately 235 pounds. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the
okay, so that's what we're talking about. So there's an individual that this kid, and that's not in dispute. So I cannot say, I'm not even going to say allegedly. It is confirmed that he caused the death of another individual. So what they're giving here is basically some information of the individual. Let's just go back a little bit. Let's get it all together.
2021 Florida High School mock trial competition.
Okay, hold on.
It says,
Oh, never mind. I misinterpreted that. So this is unrelated. Oh, I suppose this is when the prosecution Obag, if you remember, during opening statement, prosecution, they pretty much said that Collin knew the law. So I'm like, okay, what does that mean? I guess he used to participate in mock trials in high school.
the R. Fred Lewis 2021 Florida High School mock trial competition.
And then 90. Is that a continuation of that paperwork?
Yes.
And what's the subject matter of that? If you could read what you're able to make out.
Would you like me to read what I can from
Yes.
this? The victim,
I'm trying to figure out why the defense is not objecting here.
Caucasian male, approximately 5'11" in height and weighing approximately 235 pounds. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the back of the head caused by a smooth, rounded object, cylindrical in shape, consistent with a tire iron. The blow to the head of the head lacerated the skin, causing substantial bleeding, and crushed the skull, causing bone fragments to become embedded in the brain. The time of death is estimated to have been between 10 and 11:30 p.m. on January 3rd, 2020.
Okay.
The defendant's criminal record includes convictions for the misdemeanors of battery, disorderly intoxication, trespass, and vandalism, and the felony offense of cultivation of marijuana.
And for the record, this has nothing to do with the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, continue.
The first two convictions were
I think that's where they are going because, again, the prosecution in opening did say that apparently the man knew something, not the man, this defendant knew something or knows something about the law. I think that's where they're going. I'm trying to figure out why the defense is not objecting.
in 2011 and grew out of a barroom fight. The trespass and vandalism charges relate to a protest by the defendant and several others at the Pinnacle.
Obeg, I do not know exactly that they're arguing that he knew how to cover up a crime, but I am just assuming that I just had a deja vu moment. This is so unreal. But in any event, I've been having a lot of those, which are kind of freaking me out. But let me move on. So, in any event, I think what the prosecution is trying to get at, just me tying it into their opening statement, is pretty much him, I presume, knowing right to a certain extent. Because if we go back to the opening statement, I believe Collin pretty much said, I knew my rights. Well, he knew his rights and he handed himself over and he asked for an attorney. So I don't know if they're saying this is part of preparation as far as first degree murder is concerned or not.
Paper Company on Thanksgiving Day 2019, during which windows and doors were spray painted with red paint and a load of manure was dumped at the entrance of the administrative building.
What?
The drug conviction was in 2004.
Okay.
Of the registered vehicles in Canton County, there are 414 Ford F-150.
And where was this paperwork found?
It was in the black Jetta.
Okay, the black
91.
mother's.
Is that a wallet?
Yes.
92. When you open the wallet, whose ID did you find?
Black? No. Never mind. The black Jetta. That's Collin's vehicle, because the mom's vehicle is white, and that was, by the road.
Find
Collin Griffith.
Okay.
93. Is this the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. No, I guess it's not objectionable, old bag, because I thought the prosecution was heading in a different direction. But what they basically brought this information in, or the evidence in, is they're just showing that it was in the defendant's vehicle. So there's nothing objectionable about that. It's like pretty much finding maybe even a sheath or chewing gum in the defendant's vehicle and bringing that into evidence. So it's not objectionable.
And
I just incorrectly assumed that the prosecution was headed in a different direction.
the rear left floorboard, was there a uniform of some type?
Yes.
And did you find out upon closer inspection it was a Domino's work uniform?
Yes.
Okay.
95.
Okay, so again, that is just similar. This, mock trial, hypothetical, whatever, it comes in the same way that the Domino's uniform comes in. There's nothing objectionable about that. There's no dispute that he worked at Domino's.
Going to the car parked on the street, is that what you would later find out to be Kathy's white Volkswagen?
Yes.
96. Was it clean inside?
Yes.
And did you find any objects of note in the front seat?
No.
Did you find any objects of note in the back seat?
No.
Were any firearms or weapons found in her car?
No, sir.
Going to 98, pop the trunk open. What did you see in the trunk?
Okay, so the question about firearms, that is critical, because in this case, the prosecution is they did charge the defendant for murder one, okay? But the defense in this case, they're claiming self-defense. So what the prosecution is pretty much showing is that it does not appear that Kathy had any weapons, okay, or that she posed any threat. The defense obviously is arguing the opposite of that, but that's the significance of that question.
An organizer and just some mix and match bags.
Okay.
And then finally, 99, did there appear to be some like roaster bags maybe?
Yes.
All right. Now we're going to segue briefly to 167 to 169. Going to the aerial overheads.
Oh, that's interesting. Take a picture. Take a picture, Benji, and send me a picture. I've actually never seen a. Have I seen a wasp? Not, I mean a nest. I don't know that I've seen that. I do not even know that I've actually seen bee. I don't know, but that's actually pretty intriguing.
Thank you. All right, 167. Could you please point to the jury? Point for the jury with the red arrow again, where the crime scene house is located.
Okay.
All right, so that's the carport, the driveway, the mulch you can kind of see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the two houses that seem to be most directly across the street. Could you put the arrow on those two houses?
The significance of her pointing to those homes, that's where you get the independent witnesses, okay? Because according again to the opening statement, there are two individual independent witnesses from across the road that observed Collin dragging his mom by her hair.
All right, thank you. And then 168, could you point to the crime scene house?
The ceiling.
All right. And the houses across the street.
Still want to see that, Benji.
And then finally, the last photograph. That's the crime scene house there. And all right, thank you.
I'll take a look at that during the break. All right, folks, so I have 3 minutes and then I need to hop on my CLE. You guys know I don't like being late. It starts at 1. So I need to be in, I need to give myself 5 minutes to sign in.
Now, describe to the jury in a general sense, when you see evidence or things that might be evidence, how do you impound it, or what do you do with it?
Okay.
So we first talk to our detective on scene, whoever our homicide detective is, or any general detective.
That's what I was thinking, old bag. I was thinking he needs to create something, literally create a channel that centers around animals building nests.
Depending on the type of call that it is, and we confirm with them that they want it collected as an item of evidence. We take brown paper bags with us into scenes, and we will write the time that we've collected it, what the item is, and where we've collected it from. And then we put them all together, and we will take them back with us to the office to put in a temporary evidence
How
locker.
much longer does she have?
Did you take fingernail swabbings and/or clippings from the victim?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what that means and how you did that.
So we first got permission from the medical examiner to be able to do that on scene.
Okay.
But we take for swabbings, we take a wet cotton swab that we wet with.
I mean, you technically have a YouTube channel. So post the video for everybody else to go over there.
With water. And then we take a dry cotton swab and we rub underneath the fingernails of the victim.
All right.
And then we will also take fingernail clippers and clip the victim's fingernails and place them in a small manila envelope that has a glassine envelope in it as well.
All right.
And can your end product then be sent to FTLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, for them to do any analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
Such as DNA comparisons or things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, between the victim's right hand, between her index finger and her thumb, and like the webbing there, did you notice an injury?
Yes.
Did you describe it as a laceration?
Yes.
Now, when a victim is taken to the medical examiner,
No bueno. I was stung by a bee. I've been stung by bees twice in my life. The one was last year. Must have been around, I think it was August. I was just standing at I was outside waiting for my food, like this little shack or whatever, and the bee literally went inside my pants. Like, I'm not kidding. It went inside my pants, and I put my hand I know this sounds. I put my hand in my pants to try and get the bee out, and then it stung. It stung my finger. That was painful. The first time I was ever stung by a bee, I was a teenager. Must have been either 16 or 17, and it stung me on my lip. That was really painful. That was painful. It was incredibly painful. Okay, so 3:13:25. This is where we're going to stop. Okay. I'm not gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna go on a quick break. Again, my CLE is an hour. Sometimes they do run. A few minutes over, but I'll be back. Okay. So I'll just say be back at. I'll say 2:05 p.m. because if they run over, then I don't want to be late. All right. Okay, folks, I shall be back. I'm going to mute all my stuff here. All right, I am back. I'm back. Sorry that went over. I know you might hear Zeta acting up in the background. She does not want to eat. She cannot get my phone until she's done eating because she'll be on Roblox all day, would not have eaten anything. And listen, I listened to a CLE. I answered polls while I was listening live, and I cooked. I made an actual meal, okay? Not French fries, but all she wants to eat ice cream. No, no, no. We don't work like that over here. All right. So let us resume. We're still on the first witness. Hopefully we do get through day one tonight or right now, okay? I'll take a break around 5:30 p.m. So that's what, in 3 hours. And then we'll return tonight. But when we return, that's going to be around 10 p.m. Eastern time. So it's much later, okay? We have some stuff to get into. All right. And when we return around 10, we're going to talk about attorney misconduct. All right.
Office.
Let's see.
Did they an index
go back.
finger and her thumb and like the webbing there? Did you notice an injury?
Thank you, Benji. Welcome back. Apparently, you were here the whole time.
Yes.
Apparently, you were here the whole time.
Did you?
Are you not working today? I need to go back. What was the question?
Yes.
What's the question?
Now, between the victim's right hand, between her index finger and her thumb, and like the webbing there, did you notice?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry I was late. Usually they're over by 5 minutes. This time around, they're over by 11 because people had questions.
An injury?
Yes.
Okay, so they're trying to, or the prosecution's getting at defensive wounds.
Did you describe it as a laceration?
Yes.
Now, when a victim is taken to the medical examiner's office, do they take photographs that document the body, the injuries, the external and the internal?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Investigator Ellis, I don't have any further questions for you.
All right.
Excuse me.
Investigator Ellis, I just have a few questions for you.
All right.
When you took the pictures that have been shown to the jury today, that was many hours after Kathy Griffith died, correct?
I am not sure of the exact of death for her.
Well, you responded at about 7,
Yes.
right? And you didn't take pictures until after 9.
Yes.
So at least those 2 hours, if not longer.
Correct.
And during those 2 hours, you don't know who all was in that kitchen, do you?
No.
And before you even arrived on scene at about 7, you don't know who was in that kitchen.
No.
All right.
Are you aware that first responders or emergency medical technicians did respond to the scene to perform life-saving functions on Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
And you're aware of that partly because she had some of the stickers that they use on her
Right.
body.
So I was trying to figure out where the defense is going. I think I figured it out. This has to be in response to the shirt that had, I think, was it a ripping? I think a hole as well. So the defense is trying to show that the state that the victim in this case was in cannot all be attributed to Collin.
Body, right?
Yes.
The area where Kathy Griffith was laying is a fairly tight area, right?
Yes.
So have been on scenes before when emergency medical technicians are trying to revive someone or save their
Okay,
lives?
so that goes for the movement of the body. I suppose, you know, the blood as well that was found on the other side of the island.
I have not been present while they are performing life-saving measures. I've been present after the fact.
Okay, so you're not aware of how frantic it is and how many people have to get to the body.
Correct.
Okay, but it's at least possible that first responders or emergency medical technicians may have altered the
Okay.
kitchen in some way, not on purpose, but in their efforts to save Kathy Griffith.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly where I thought she was going with this line of questioning.
May have stepped on things, right? Like blood.
Yes.
And they may have moved items that got in their way, right?
Yes.
Like the bag that we saw. Sure.
Yes.
The are you also aware that Collin Griffith actually performed CPR for quite some time on Kathy Griffith before anybody else responded to the scene?
I did not know anything pertaining to
Okay.
him prior to my arrival.
Have you been trained in how to do CPR on somebody?
Yes.
And one of the first things
That's a good
anyone is
recovery.
instructed to do is to lay.
That's a good recovery by defense because obviously the defense attorney is trying to elicit information about what Collin possibly did while trying to resuscitate his mother. And because the witness cannot testify to that, she basically, the defense attorney basically gets the witness to testify to I guess expected procedure, ordinary procedure for CPR. So that was a good recovery.
The person flat on their back, right?
Yes.
And that's enabling the person who's performing CPR to get a good surface upon which to do the chest compressions, right?
Yes.
So you have no idea what position Kathy Griffith was in either when she suffered the wound to her neck or shortly after she suffered the wound to her neck.
Correct.
All right.
Are you aware at all of the mechanics of how wounds work?
What do you mean by that?
I do not have any experience with wounds.
A big question.
I'll save that for somebody else then. The flip-flops that you spoke about, they were actually reversed, right? Like the left one was on the right and the right one was on the left in the picture.
Yes.
And one was turned upside down.
Yes.
So it wasn't like somebody just fell back out of their shoes, right?
It
How
could
would
be
you know that?
possible, yes.
And then they flipped and one turned over.
Yes.
Okay, so obviously, defense is getting a question they don't have an answer to. I would not have asked that question because this witness would not have known that.
The island, you mentioned it took 3 to 4 detectives to lift it and move it. So it wasn't like you could just touch it or bump against it and it would move like this on wheels.
Correct. It was pretty heavy.
Okay.
The shirt that you talked about in the photos, was it actually determined that that shirt belonged to Collin Griffith?
I was never informed if it actually belonged to him. It just had Collin Griffith's name written on the inside of the shirt.
Okay.
And that shirt was recovered from around Kathy Griffith's neck,
Above her head.
above her head.
Yes,
Okay.
on the floor
Okay.
above her head.
Okay. So like it had been possibly taken off and used to either support her head or try and stop the
Bleeding.
wound from bleeding.
Possibly.
It was right near towels that were possibly serving that purpose as well, right?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of Collin ever?
I did not. I never
Okay.
made contact with Collin.
All right. The slit that you mentioned on the shirt, where was it on the shirt?
It was on the lower, more midsection left side of the shirt.
So like the
Okay.
torso area?
about right here. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to stand up and show the
Sorry.
jury because they can't see.
It's about right here.
Right here.
May the
Okay,
right of the
so
flag.
front left side of his stomach area.
Yes.
And you said you never made contact with Collin, so you never took the photographs of him.
I did not. That was forensic investigator Bange.
The keys that were seen on the trunk of the black Jetta,
Yes.
Okay.
that key ring contained several keys on it, right?
Yes.
And although that key ring with keys was on top of the black Jetta, it actually contained the keys to the white Jetta that was parked in the street, right?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't.
I did not unlock the vehicles. The detectives unlocked the vehicles.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way: the keys that were in the kitchen.
Yes.
It was on a round key ring, right? With just a car key.
Yes.
Okay. So did you test that to see that it actually belongs to the black Jetta?
I did not do anything as far as unlocking or locking vehicles.
All right.
And when you log evidence, you don't mention like key ring because there are two Jettas here, specifying which one the keys go to.
I specified what was on the key rings, but I didn't know what car key in particular went to each car.
The key ring that had just one car key on it, it had no other keys, right?
Correct.
No house keys.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, I think with that last question from defense, as far as the key and which vehicles they belong to, that is tying into this argument that who's this? Kathy actually had keys to Collin's vehicle. That's what it sounds like, and distinguishing that from the one set of key that only belonged to Collin.
Oh, thank you.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor, she'll remain on standby for later on.
All right. You're
All
free
right,
to
so
go.
that was actually pretty good. We're done with the first witness. The direct was well done. I'll give it. What are we gonna give direct? We'll probably give it at 8.5. The cross examination was also well done, 8.5. The witness answered questions. Okay, she had one job and one job only, and she did exactly what she was called to the stand to do. Okay, so no surprises. So I guess we're moving on to the second witness.
For the day, if you're needed back, you'll get a phone call. Thank you. Would you approach off the record briefly?
All right. Let's see.
Your Honor, that witness is down, so
All right.
call down for her.
Folks, I think we're going to try to take up one more witness before lunch who
Okay.
should not be very lengthy. The witness is downstairs, however, and I do need to speak with the lawyers about a matter before that witness testifies. So I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, please.
I mean, everybody is so normal. Even the judge, very normal. This is refreshing. All right. Is it on the record?
Instruction.
Okay.
Would you like to suggest exactly what limiting instruction or warning I should give the witness?
Is this defense?
It should be limited to, he conducted an investigation as part of whatever law enforcement agency he belonged to then.
Okay, so limiting instruction is basically it is basically the court informing or advising the jurors that a witness is testifying for a specific purpose, a limited purpose, and that their testimony should only be considered for that specific purpose and nothing else.
Into a shooting death. I don't think it should say at home because with Collin being 15 at the time, I think this jury could jump to some.
Okay, so what it sounds like to me here, I think this is when they're coming, they're going to get they being the prosecution is getting into the shooting death of the individual out of New Mexico. This is what it sounds like. Okay, let's see if I'm correct. But obviously, I think what the defense is doing here, they basically want the jury to only have information that Collin was involved in prior to this trial. He was involved in another shooting death. Okay, they want everything else to be ambiguous because their argument is that it can taint the jury and the defendant would not receive a fair trial.
Conclusions that might lead him to believe that it was a family member.
Okay, so that's exactly what's happening here. Again, the identity of the individual that Collin shot and killed about a year prior to this trial the identity of the victim was not disclosed to the jury, and that was for a specific reason. So, what the prosecution is doing right now is basically limiting the jurors, limiting the information that the jurors receive so that they're not able to infer or speculate that the victim was somebody that's related to Collin.
So just a shooting death, an investigation. There were 2 shots, and that Collin was a suspect and was arrested, but that he was never charged up to today.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I would propose in conformance with the court's ruling a week or 2 ago that the officer will testify that he was one of the first responders to the scene of a shooting. I don't have a problem saying, not saying that it was a house.
Okay.
That the person that was killed was shot 2 times. Your Honor mentioned that I could ask the question about, or that the answer would be acceptable to be shot 2 times, once in the chest, 1 in the head. That it was not in dispute that the defendant was the person that shot and killed the individual.
Okay. You see the distinction between the prosecution and the defense. The defense wants Collin to be referred to as a suspect, whereas the prosecution is basically asking the court that the witness be allowed to say that, you know, he's the actual perpetrator.
The defendant was investigated and arrested. And as of today's date, he has not been indicted for any crimes,
Okay.
and the case remains under investigation.
Remaining under investigation, I don't think that that's
Right, because I thought the charges were dismissed.
appropriate.
We've discussed this previously, and I think, if I remember correctly, it's not something I said. I know I at least thought it, that the time that's relevant as to whether it was pending, the investigation was pending, would have been at the time of the alleged murder, because that goes hand in hand with motive potentially. But that anything beyond that, I do not believe. At this point, I could see how it might become relevant, but at this point is not relevant.
Mm-hmm.
So if the witness knows, if at the time of this case, or if this incident, it was still an open matter.
I mean, we could have him say that the state attorney or district attorney of Oklahoma reviewed everything and opted not to file charges, period. I mean, they weren't investigating it in September of 2024.
Well, we all know that that doesn't matter. I mean, investigations are reopened all the time, but so what is
All
it?
right,
you
that's
anticipate?
actually an interesting commentary from the judge, right? The fact that investigations are reopened. I don't want to ruin it. Let me not ruin it. Let's.
He's going to say about the time
Yeah,
around.
if Your Honor is saying that that would be confined to when she sent the text on that date, September 8th of 2024, then my understanding is that the officer would say, yes, the case was still open and under investigation.
That's not your understanding of what he
No,
would say.
not at all.
All right, well, he's on his way up. You can take a short break for you two to go talk to him in the hallway.
Okay.
Right.
Which is not the case.
Yeah. Why do we have to say anything about whether the investigation is still open or not?
Well, Your Honor,
Or was at the time or wasn't at the time?
it sounds like the defense wants the jury to know that he wasn't charged and the prosecutor's office reviewed it in Oklahoma and chose not to charge it.
Well, I think I said New Mexico. I don't know where I got New Mexico from. It's Oklahoma.
Which is in essence endorsing the defense position that it wasn't a crime and that it's done and over with and that it was justified self-defense.
Okay.
Which I think would be unfair to the state.
Ms. Thornhill's point about open or not open is in some part well taken, but as I just said, you and I both know closed investigations are reopened all the time based on new evidence when there's no, I don't know for sure what the statute of limitations is in Oklahoma, but I imagine like Florida, there is none for a murder, first degree murder. So that's really the important point, is that while even if it had been closed, it could be reopened. But I don't know that you can get that out of this witness. I also understand the state's perspective that leaving that, we decided not to charge him with some determination affirmatimally that he acted in self-defense, or that he was for some other reason not criminally responsible.
I am not insinuating, nor would I want to ask that that was the final word forever. But where we are right now and where we were on September 8th of 2024 is that they had done an investigation. The state attorney's office had reviewed it. They had opted not to charge him,
All right.
period. So us speculating what might or might not happen in the future, to either side, I think it would be unfair. If they indicate that the investigation's open, that makes it sound like he's about to be charged with murder.
Well, I agree with that. Whatever's going on today or after the incident, it is not coming in and is not relevant. What was relevant and what I think a jury, if they need to know anything else, what they need to know is that a closed case doesn't necessarily mean closed forever. A decision not to prosecute is not binding forever.
Okay.
How about if we say there was a decision not to file charges at that point? And leave it at that.
Mr. Levine?
Still the same thing.
Well, that's a true statement. I would ask though to go a little bit further. If I understood Your Honor correctly, you were saying what was the status of the investigation, the homicide investigation in Oklahoma on September 8th, 2024, which would be the relevant date of your inquiry.
And my understanding from Ms. Thornhill is that the decision had been made not to prosecute at that point.
In May of 2023.
What I was going to say is, regardless of what I think or what she thinks, I think what the witness understanding is would give the court some, I guess, final guidance on how you should rule. But if he says on September 8th, 2024, it was still an open investigation, then I would ask to be able to elicit that. It's gonna kind of help both sides in terms of it'll come out that the defendant was not charged.
Okay.
It's clear that he hasn't been charged, but on September 8th, which is the relevant date of 2024, if this witness knows that the case was still under investigation, but he hadn't been charged, and I would argue that's relevant and should be admissible.
But then that could imply that he's charged with it now.
I think I said in my opening statement, if I remember correctly, that he hasn't been indicted.
Here's what we're going to do so we can have a better than what if discussion about this, is let you find out from the witness now what he would say in response to your question before I make a decision about it. I thought we had addressed this earlier, but perhaps that's all it was a thought, and we didn't.
He's probably outside, so the defense and I can step out and get that resolved.
All right.
Can we have him come in and proffer it so it's on the
Sure.
record? Thanks.
If you could, Deputy, if you could get Officer Christopher Hyde.
All right. So I definitely, so far, I like the conduct that I'm seeing from the attorneys. Again, the defense and prosecution, they are not in agreement, but the manner in which they go about to disagree is honorable. Okay. Not a whole bunch of yelling, name calling, and everything else we've seen for 2 weeks ago. So I I like. Come on.
Sir, you can just stand at the podium right there.
Raise your right hand, just one vote, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Mr. Levine?
Thank you. Mr. Hyde, a very narrow, specific question. On the date of September 8th, 2024, when Kathy sent a text message to her son, Collin Griffith, regarding
Man, they brought this kid to trial so quickly.
exposing some evidence regarding the Oklahoma murder, to your understanding, on that date of September 8th of 2024, was the homicide case still under investigation?
Yes,
And at that time, is it a true statement the defendant had not been charged or indicted on any official charges by Oklahoma as it pertained to the shooting? Is that correct?
that is correct.
For these purposes, I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Thornhill?
Officer Hyde, when did you leave the sheriff's office that investigated this case?
In 2024,
When in 2024?
June or July,
So before September 8th of 2024.
that is correct.
So, and you were fired by them?
Yes,
Jeez, why was he fired?
I have no idea what they're doing on this case in Oklahoma, do you?
I have spoken with the district attorney's office there.
Okay, and what has the district attorney's office told you specifically?
That the case is still pending investigation.
Who told you that?
The district attorney,
What was the question?
Who told you that?
the district attorney Thompson, I believe is her last name.
When did they tell you this? After September 8th of 2024?
That is correct.
So on September 8th of 2024, you have no idea what the state attorney's office position was other
Good
than they
follow-up.
have not charged Collin Griffith.
On that date in particular,
Yes.
that is correct. I do
Okay.
not know on that date.
And then after Kathy Griffith died, you contacted the state attorney's office in Oklahoma and said, by the way, we have this text message. There might be some ring videos of him admitting to
Why was he
planning the
fired,
death of
though?
his father. So I think that was the basis of them pending an investigation, right?
I have no knowledge of a text message.
Okay. So what happened after September 8th, 2024, that you were in contact with the district attorney's office in Oklahoma about Collin Griffith at all?
I was able to read the entirety of the OSBI's report. I don't believe that they were able to read the entirety of it.
Who wasn't?
The district attorney's office. I don't believe that they received the entirety of it
Why would you have received it if you were no longer with the sheriff's office?
because I requested it
Why did you request it?
to be able to see if it needed to be reopened.
Right, based
Okay.
on this.
I had not previously seen it.
Okay. The timing,
Your Honor, I can solve this. I'm not going to be answering.
the timing.
All right, the judge has a lot of control over the courtroom.
February of 2023, Collin Griffith is arrested for the death of his father.
Correct.
What's the year?
Is February of 2023, Collin Griffith is arrested for the death of his father.
Correct.
By May of 2023, the district attorney's office in Oklahoma said, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
I believe that is correct. That time frame.
So that's another thing I was worried about. I believe that's correct. Okay.
Just a question.
So
We're going to argue it outside his presence.
So Collin, his bond is discharged in Oklahoma, right?
I'm unsure of that.
Okay. So the district attorney's office says, despite this investigation that the sheriff's office, and I don't remember the county,
Lincoln.
Okay.
Lincoln County, and despite the investigation by OSBI, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and then you heard nothing.
All right, so obviously it's apparent right now. This is not before the jury. The jury is not, they're not in the courtroom, but it's obvious that prior to the charges that Florida brought against Collin for causing the death of his mother, A year prior, he was accused of causing the death of his father.
About Collin Griffith
A little over a year.
again until September 8th of 2024, or around that time.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it was after Kathy Griffith died that this whole investigation into Collin Griffith and the death of his father came back up. So far as you know.
To my knowledge, yes.
Any additional questions for purposes of the proper?
No, you're right.
All right. Would you step outside, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Thornhill?
So I think Officer Hyde has established that on September 8th of 2024, there was no ongoing investigation into the death of Collin's father. So it's irrelevant that there now
What's the
there was
date?
no ongoing investigation.
Ms. Thornhill?
So I think Officer Hyde has established that on September 8th of 2024, there was no ongoing investigation into the death of Collin's father. So it's irrelevant that they're now investigating again.
Okay.
Well, I agree with that they're now investigating him again. But Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I'm not going to ask about the status of the investigation on September 8th, 2024, which is when Your Honor said would be relevant. So I don't intend on asking that. You're hearing the officer's answers. But I believe that he didn't know what the status of it was September 8th, 2024, which is kind of neither here nor there because I'm not going to ask about it. But it didn't sound like he knew what the status was. Now, so I'm not going to ask about the status of it.
So that raises another concern that I brought up when Your Honor issued the ruling on the motion in limine, and that was that would the witness, I was willing to stipulate to all of this information being presented to the jury without having a witness. Obviously, Mr. Levine can try the case.
Okay, so the reason why not the prosecution, the defense wanted to stipulate, all these facts surrounding the death of Collin's father is because they think it is damaging.
He wants to, and he said he wanted to call law enforcement officer from Oklahoma.
Okay.
And then I said something to the effect of, are they going to be able to testify that Collin was not charged? And we all said, well, they've got to know that he wasn't charged. And now him saying, so far as I know, I mean.
I thought he said, as of May, whatever it was.
He said, so
23.
far as I know, but I don't know the timing. He was very,
I thought he said, I believe.
he seemed a little wishy-washy on it,
About what issue?
about whether Collin was charged.
I can't speak for the officer, but the officer knows he wasn't charged. If Ms. Thornhill's concerned about him having a qualified answer to the best of my, if he says to the best of my knowledge or whatnot,
He said, I
I'm
believe.
fine if it's acceptable for him to understand through the court that he is allowed and permitted to just give a honest, short answer, which is no, the defendant wasn't charged.
Well, I'm not going to tell the witness what the truth is. So
Right.
if the witness doesn't know for sure, that's his answer. I don't remember him specifically, what he specifically said about that particular question. I was listening more for the September 8th. That's where I thought I heard to my knowledge or best of my belief. But
Well, I just want to make sure, in fairness to the defense, I agree with the proposition that the evidence is and should show for the benefit of the jury, obviously honesty and clarity that the defendant was not charged pertaining to the killing in Oklahoma.
Okay.
So, Ms. Thornhill, let me ask you this question. If the witness testifies and afterwards, I agree with you that he was wishy-washy, if he indeed is wishy-washy on that, is there a problem, assuming the state agrees, to simply instructing the jury members of the jury, the decision in Oklahoma not to charge Mr. Griffith was made on whatever date it was
I don't know.
by the district attorney, something to that effect.
That is great. I've been trying
Mr.
to
Levine,
have that be the result. the whole
I mean,
time.
if the witness gives forthright testimony that he was not, that the district attorney made the decision not to charge him, then there's no need for that instruction.
Right.
So, Mr. Levine, what's your
I'm
position?
fine with that.
All right, and then
No, I'm not gonna say anything about the bond, or no talk about bond.
All right.
I was just trying to,
And sitting here thinking about it, do you both agree that this issue of whether it's open or closed at the time of this incident, that you really don't need to go into that? I mean, isn't it sort of apparent to even just a lay person that cases can be reopened?
Not necessarily.
Homicides can be reopened. So even, and it does appear to be the case that at the time of this incident, that case was closed, done, over in the filing cabinet, and that the only reason it might be open now is because of this incident, but that a jury would understand that the threat of exposure still carries the same weight in the mind of the person who's threatened. Yeah, they said it was self-defense back then, or said they couldn't disprove self-defense back then. This is going to cause a problem, and they're going to reopen it. And
Right.
especially if there's Ring doorbell evidence of me saying it was a murder and not self-defense. Isn't that, do you agree that the average juror would understand that to be the case, Mr. Levine?
If I followed you correctly, I think that would be reasonable.
So without having to have testimony about whether it was open or closed at the time of at the specific time of this incident.
Yes.
All right, can we move on?
That's reasonable. I think it's fair to both sides because neither side is able to advance that it wouldn't be filed or is going to be filed or it's not going to be filed. It's really irrelevant the way the way Your Honor explained it and going any further detail.
They were flying through witnesses.
Ms. Thornhill?
yes, Judge, I just wanted to make the record clear. I am not waiving any previous
I
objections.
know you're not.
Okay. I think simple, short. He was a first responder. There was a death of a person, 2 gunshot wounds, 1 to the head, 1 to the chest. Collin was arrested. He was never charged, period.
And it was not disputed that the defendant shot and killed the person.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
All right. I think that was my rule.
Yeah, exactly, but I anticipated and believed, I think with good reason, that it might go beyond that.
All right. Could we have
Do we have like 30 seconds? I need to confer with the defense about one quick thing.
Yeah, so far I like these attorneys.
the witness?
Okay.
All right.
Could we have that, the witness again?
All right.
Sir, you're about to be called to the stand by the state, and both parties have agreed that I should instruct you on the limits of your testimony.
All right.
You're going to be asked some questions, and you may testify regarding the following facts: that you were a first responder to
I wonder why he was
the
fired.
killing in Oklahoma. You're not to say anything that it was a house or that the deceased person was
Family
his
member.
father or related to him in some fashion. You are permitted to testify that the deceased person was shot in the chest and shot in the head, once in the chest, once in the head. It's not in dispute that it was Mr. Griffith over there who inflicted those injuries, and that he was never charged in that incident. Have I left anything out, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
No, sir.
So I will ask the officer if he could identify the defendant.
That's
All
fine.
right.
So do you have any questions about the limits of your
Import
testimony?
ID.
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. If you just step outside. We're ready.
All right, let's go. Let us go.
Mr. Levine.
Officer Christopher Hyde.
All right.
Step up here. Raise your right hand. By the vote.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So go around the back, what you said.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, may you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Christopher Hyde, spelled CHRISTOPHERHYDE.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed as a police officer at Iowa Tribe Police Department.
And what state is that in?
That is in Oklahoma.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 8 years now.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to February 14th of 2023.
Okay.
Were you working for the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office as a deputy on that date?
I was.
And did you respond to a homicide scene within your jurisdiction?
Yes,
Were you one of the first responders?
I was.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that the deceased individual had been shot 2 times?
That is correct.
Were you able to determine that 1 gunshot wound was to the chest and 1 gunshot wound was to the head?
Yes,
Through your investigation, were you able to determine that the defendant here in court is the individual who shot the deceased?
yes,
Now, the person that you saw that day, do you see them in court today?
I do.
If you recognize them by something they're wearing, could you state that for the record and perhaps point to the individual?
The defendant is seated at the defense table in a gray suit jacket.
Your Honor, the record will reflect Officer Hyde has identified the defendant. And is it a fair statement that the defendant was not charged for that killing in Oklahoma by the prosecutor's office?
That is correct.
Okay.
And was the defendant arrested for that?
He was.
All right, Officer Hyde, I have no further questions.
Ms. Ross,
No problems.
is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Ms.
Yes.
Thornhill?
That was short. Okay, I don't know. Under these circumstances, prosecution probably should have just gone ahead and stipulated, okay? Because they had to fly in I'm assuming they flew him in from Oklahoma to testify for 2 seconds. Then I also understand why the prosecution would not stipulate, because it's their burden and they wanted to cross their T's and dot their I's. And we saw that from the ASAP Rocky trial. We saw Lewin stipulate to a number of things, and defense will stipulate to facts that could potentially be damaging to their defense, or at least in these 2 cases, that's what we're seeing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 after noon. We will take our hour lunch at this time. Remember, don't talk about the case with anyone. If anyone approaches you and tries to talk to you about the case,
Okay.
tell them you're on the jury. Tell them to stop. If they don't, leave and let me know as soon as you can by writing it down and giving it to the bailiff. Please enjoy your lunch and return at 10 after 1.
They only have lunch for an hour? All right. Come on.
Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Ms. Thornhill, any change to your client's position? Before we bring the jury back in, just quickly, Mr. Levine, this evidence that you want to get in regarding Mr. Griffith's statement to Mr. Rapkin, his lawyer, is that today?
No, you're right.
All right.
Maybe Friday.
Before that, I mean, you understood the basis of my ruling was that he knew or should have known, assuming that the cell phone was controlled by his parent or grandmother or someone and acting as a parent.
Okay.
And that you would have to establish that to the court's satisfaction. You identified some things out in the hallway today, but I'm going to ask that you provide all of that, every bit of it,
What is
to
Collin right?
Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry well in advance, like hopefully today after court, how you intend to prove that, because I don't want to have a jury waiting forever while we're talking about that in the hallway again. So if that's something that can be addressed beforehand, I want to address it that way. So.
Yeah, that's no problem. Just for the record, and I think Your Honor understands and the defense understands, it's all part of the discovery. But if your request is to point them to those spots so that our discussion in court can be more efficient, I don't have a problem with
Yes, that's my request.
Yes, sir, not a problem. But there's not going to be any new evidence. It's all been provided in discovery.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Are we
shall
ready
we?
for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. The jury's taking forever.
Ms. Thornhill, just for the record, you provided me with an instruction regarding your client's absence that reads, Collin Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during publication of this particular piece of evidence.
Yeah. I wonder what that is.
It's 165.
Is that all you want me to say? Mr. Levine, any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay.
You said 165.
Yes.
Where's the jury? They're taking a little too long.
Be seated. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, the state call is Sally Bell.
All right. So the third witness. All right, so let's see. Benji, I need to check my email. Benji said this paper wasp is building quickly and it looks like she's laying some eggs. I don't know. That sounds, again, that sounds like a dangerous situation, but where else can it go? Okay. Olbag said, Olbag, you missed a lot. You missed a lot. You'll have to go to the second witness to testify. I don't want to run it. Let me just give you a recap, okay? Olbag, I'm going to give you a recap. First, let me know if you're in here, and then I'll give the recap.
Step right this way, please. Stand here with your right hand to be sworn by the court.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right. The third witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may be
proceed, Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bell, good afternoon. I know you're soft-spoken, but if you could please speak up nice and loudly so the jurors can hear you.
Where's the mic?
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sally K. Bell.
And could you please spell
right,
your
Ms. Bell.
first and middle name for the
First name
record?
is S.A.
Ms. Bell got her hair down,
Middle
baby.
name is K.A.T.E.
Tell the jury about what's the name of the community where you live,
Hamptons, the Hamptons.
Okay.
and what type of community is that?
It's a mobile home.
And
Hampton.
does it have? Do you have to be a certain age to live there?
Yes.
And
Okay.
what age is that?
I think it's 65. I'm not sure.
Now, is it a pretty quiet and nice neighborhood?
Very much so.
Do you live across the street from a location where?
Okay, old bag said recap. All right, so you missed the testimony from the second witness. I don't remember his name. I'm terrible with names, but at least I remember Ms. Bell. Okay. So the second witness is an officer from Oklahoma. From the prosecution's opening statement, it was very apparent, it was clear that the defendant was charged with, not charged, but that he was arrested for killing somebody else. Okay. So it came out, there was some, what is this? Some back and forth between the prosecution and the defense. The defense asked for a limiting instruction as to what the officer could testify to. So this is an officer from Oklahoma, okay? During opening statement, if you remember, prior to Collin living with his mother in Florida, he lived in Oklahoma with his father, okay? It appears that, what's the victim's name again in this case? Kathy. Kathy, and from the prosecution's opening, it was very clear that Kathy and the defendant's father were fighting over custody for the defendant. All right. The defense pretty much did not want the jury to know that the individual that the defendant caused the death of a year prior to these charges being brought was his father. Okay. And the reason why they did not want that is because it could be prejudicial and he would not get a fair trial, because some jurors could rationalize that if he killed his father, it is not inconceivable for him to be responsible for killing the mother. All right. So the prosecution, they did not have a problem per se with those limitations, but there was a disagreement as far as how much farther the officer could testify. But during the testimony, he testified for like, I don't know, 30 seconds. The officer testified for 30 seconds. He was one of the first responders in Oklahoma. And in that case, the defendant, this is not in dispute, the defendant shot, it was said a male individual. Okay. The jury does not know that the person that he shot and killed was his father. Okay. It's just that it was a male individual. Defense did not want the jury to know that the shooting happened at a home, because again, if it happened at a home, the jury could, assume that it is a relative that he killed. So as far as the jury is concerned, the only information they have is that Collin killed somebody or shot somebody and that person died. As far as to the identity, it is unknown. But that's pretty much the gist of it. And then now we're getting into Ms. Bell's testimony. Without knowing anything about Ms. Bell, I believe she's one of the two witnesses that the prosecution will be calling, and they're going to testify as to their observations when Kathy showed up.
There was a stabbing.
Yes.
And I want to talk about that. If I could direct your attention to that Sunday on September 8th of 2024.
All right.
The person that lives at that house, do you know her? Susan Detman is her name?
No, I've seen her, but I don't know her.
Were you aware that she had a grandson?
No.
Okay.
Now let's talk specifically about that Sunday.
Mhm.
Tell the jury, what were you doing on that day?
Well, I was preparing to go to church. It was
And I mean, that is telling if she only knows the neighbor but does not actually talk to the neighbor. If her testimony lines up with the prosecution's opening statement, it would make sense why Miss Bell would mind her business.
about 4:45, and I was putting my purse and everything on the coffee table, and I looked up and I saw the black car parked in the driveway,
Okay.
and a white car was in the road.
All right. Jurors, can you hear her?
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned that the time was about 4:45.
All right.
Tell the jury how you remember that time.
Well,
Did you
we
say she was going to church or coming from church?
go to church at 5:30.
Oh, okay.
So we were getting up on the north side of Florida, up Florida Avenue, and so we always leave a little early to get there.
All
All
right.
right. So around 4:45, which of the cars did you say was parked under the carport?
The black car.
All right. Did you see the white car arrive?
I didn't see it arrive. No.
Okay.
All right. When you looked out your window and noticed the black car was in the carport
Mhm.
and the white car was on the street, what did you see?
What, if anything, did
What
you
happened?
Oh, the coming out of the house and all.
Yeah. What did you
Yeah.
see? What were people doing?
Oh, okay. I saw a lady come out and she had clothes in her hand.
All right, and
And-
here's also what's different. I don't know, all the other chaotic cases we've seen, I have no idea what they had going on over there. But going back to the very first witness and even the second witness, you can tell these folks have in fact they've been prepped. They know what they're coming to testify about.
And she went around to the driver to the.
Let's quickly go back. Hold on.
Yeah. What did you
Yeah.
see? What were people doing?
Oh, okay. I saw a lady come out and she had clothes in her hand, and she went around to the driver to the passenger side of the car, and she put the clothes in the car.
Okay.
The young man was standing on the driver's side.
Okay, so I suppose that is in line with I'm trying to see from the defense perspective here, because obviously it appears that Kathy was not happy with the fact that Collin was at Susan's house. Okay, so for me, it sounds like she was removing Collin's clothing from Susan's house.
And when you refer to the car, you're speaking of the black
the black
car?
car. Yes, I'm sorry.
No problem. And that black car then that was under the carport, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen the guy before?
Yes, I've seen him once before.
And when was that? Do you recall?
That
Like,
was about a year ago or something before this.
and so the time when you saw him on Sunday would have been the second time you saw
The
him?
second time, yes.
And do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, Miss Bell?
The young man in the middle.
All right, for the record, Miss Bell has identified the defendant. Now, when you saw the lady, she was loading the clothes up in the black car, is that right?
Yes.
What was the defendant and the lady doing? What were they doing like in
What, if
conjunction with each
anything,
other?
were they doing?
Well, he was standing on the driver's side.
Okay.
He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. And she went around and she put the clothes on the passenger side, and then she was talking and her hands were going. I couldn't hear what she was saying. And she went around the back of the car,
Okay.
up close to him, and she was swinging her arms again, and he reached, and she says, I heard her say, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
Okay.
When
And
she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me, was she doing anything violent to
she
him?
was swinging her arms and talking to him, and she was right up in his face, was talking to him.
And this woman
then-
had to witness all of this before going to church.
And he reached out and to grab her hair. She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me. And he reached up and opened the door, and they went inside, pulled her inside.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you a few specific questions. When she and the defendant were talking, did it look like it was an animated or a heated conversation?
Arguing from one side. I didn't see him say anything. I just heard her.
Okay. And you kind of did a hand motion. Was she trying to hit him or trying to trying to punch him or
She was
anything?
waving her hands like this.
Okay.
And then she said, "Let go of my hair. You're hurting me."
And when you say waving your hands like that, is that like as
She was
she's being-
talking.
talking to
The
him?
same
Okay.
way she was talking on the other side.
So what I'm gathering from that is obviously Kathy was talking or she was upset the whole time, right? But the witness could not hear anything that she was saying. But the "let go of my hair" must have been louder than everything else that she was saying.
Out of the car.
Okay, I got you. When the defendant grabbed her hair, what did she say?
She said, "Let go of my hair. You're hurting me."
And were you inside or outside?
I was inside in my living room.
So it must have been loud enough, obviously, for you to
I
be able
could
to hear that.
Right.
Yes.
And what did the defendant do to her next?
Then he just reached in and got her hooked to her, and he opened the door and pulled her in.
Was that the last you ever
That's
saw
the
of her?
last I saw.
Sheesh. Cross is going to be interesting on this one.
Now, did you end up going to church that evening?
I did.
And did you return to your house later that evening?
I did.
About what time did you get back, Miss Bell?
About 6:30, 6:45.
Okay.
And when you did return, was anything out of the ordinary going on?
We couldn't turn into Hewlett Drive where we live,
Okay.
so we had to go all the way around the back and come in from the other way. And when we got there, there was a policeman saying that we couldn't come through that way. So we said, "Well, our house is right there." He said, "Okay." So he moved the police car, and we pulled in our driveway.
Okay. Miss Bell, I don't have any other questions for you.
All right.
Thank you. Cross-exam?
And they're going through these witnesses.
How are you doing, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you?
Got a
So
few
friendly?
questions for you.
Okay.
You said that you could see the woman moving her arms, and you kind of gestured.
Yes.
I mean, was she moving her arms in a direction, or was it just generally up above her head?
She was facing him over the car. She could see him, and she was talking and waving her hand.
So I mean, you know,
I couldn't understand what she was saying to him.
did it look like she was dancing, or did it
No.
look like she was doing something
I'm
else?
She
sorry.
was talking and using her
They're
hand.
dancing.
So an animated,
Right.
directed at the person that
At
was
the
standing
person.
on the other side. Is
Correct.
that how you would say it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that he was just standing
He
there.
was just standing there looking at her.
Okay. Was he inside?
He
the,
was outside,
so
next to the
he's-
car.
The car's in the carport,
Yes.
roughly near the door.
Near
would you
the
say?
door.
Okay.
On the driver's side.
And she walked over to him.
She walked around the car to him.
Okay. Now, can you hear any noise at this point?
Not then, no.
Okay.
I just saw her walking.
And about how long is this going on?
I guess maybe about 10 minutes, maybe. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. And you're watching it.
I'm watching it.
And you said that you and your husband were getting ready for church,
Yeah,
right?
he was in the back room getting dressed.
So he's not up there watching it
No,
with you.
no.
Okay. And then, so when the woman gets close to the man, she's still moving her hands.
Still moving her hands. Yeah,
And how far apart were they? at
They
this
were
point?
standing close. They were
Okay.
standing close.
And was she moving her hands? What, you know, he's close enough to touch her at some
He's
point.
close at the toucher,
Okay.
yes.
And he reaches out and touches her. Either by, I mean, you hear her
Apparently
say,
by the hair, because she said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me."
but could you see that?
I saw his arm come up and around, and then she grabbed her hair.
Okay. So you see her hand on her hair?
Yes.
And I mean, was she moving her hands when she's that close to him?
Yes, she was talking, waving her hands like she was on the other side. And then she went around the back, and she was still waving her hands.
And until you hear the exclamation, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," you haven't heard anything else?
No, no. I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Okay. And you didn't hear anything after that exclamation?
No.
There wasn't any, for example, no's or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you said they went into the house
Went
together.
into the house, yes.
Okay. Were both of their feet moving? I mean, were they both walking?
Yeah, as far as I could see. I couldn't actually see the steps, but they went up and went into the house.
And you watched them go into the
I
house?
watched them go into the
All right,
house.
so that's the distinction for the for the defense, because again, based on the opening, the defense, the prosecution is arguing that Kathy was dragged into the house by her son, and the defense is saying that's not the case. They both just walked into the house.
And you and your husband then presumably finished getting ready and went to church,
We went
right?
to church, yes.
And
prayed for their
at
neighbors.
this point, I mean, you didn't call 911, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did you and your husband, talk about this?
No, we talked about the white car because we had never seen that before. And he said we had to go around it in order to get to leave.
And so, other than the fact that the white car was present and you didn't know whose it was,
I didn't know who it was, no.
this was not something that was really piquing your interest at that time.
No.
And it wasn't until
Serve
you
the
can't get
Lord.
into your neighborhood that you start becoming worried that there might be something that
There's
happened
something
there.
wrong. And I saw the yellow tape around. I said, "What is that?" And I asked my husband, and he told me, "It's what you see on television." I said, "Oh."
So, would you describe what you saw as somebody being dragged into a house?
Well, see, the car was parked, and then the steps are there, and it's like two steps up. And so I couldn't actually see the feet going in, but I know he reached up and opened
This is a credible witness, okay? She's not trying to embellish. She has no dog in this fight.
the door, and he pulled her in.
So, I mean, if he's pulling her
Mhm.
against her will, I mean, he's having to lift her up steps.
I don't know
Right? She
about
can't
that.
just go straight in.
She walked up the steps.
Okay, so she's moving her feet as far as you can tell
Correct.
up the steps.
Correct.
I mean, that is kind of crazy, though. The fact that a teenage kid has the nerve to put hands on their own mother and drag the mother by the hair. I don't know. I don't know where they do that at, but
And other than the one other time you had seen the gentleman, no interactions with these people that you were aware of.
He was there by himself the first time I saw him.
Okay. And that black car, how long was it present across the street? Do you know?
It came in late that night because when I went to bed, there was nothing in the driveway. And when I got early that morning, I saw it in the driveway.
Okay, so the black car arrived the night before at some point while you were asleep.
Sometime, yeah.
Okay. And you were home that day?
Mhm.
And you never saw it move?
No.
Okay, you never saw anybody in and out of the house?
so Obag says that. So they didn't talk about the fight. Good questioning from defense. Who's they? Are you talking about the prosecution? Benji said that's ridiculous. I don't know where. I don't know. The facts in this case are very disturbing. And obviously, this witness, if I understand your question, Oldbag, this witness can only testify to what she knows. And she does not live because Colin's mother, the victim in this case, Kathy, and Susan, the grandmother, they live in two different counties. So as far as this huge blow up right before and her kicking the son out the night before, that is not something that Ms. Bell would have witnessed because she lives in a completely different county. Again, she's not seen these individuals before, with the exception of Collin, where she believes she saw him. Not that she believes, she said she saw him on one prior occasion about a year prior to, the stabbing.
When the
Okay, so Old Bag says that if you saw a lady being dragged in, wouldn't you talk about that? Not just talk about the white car. I mean, not necessarily. Miss Bell appears to be the type of person that minds her business. All right. And I'm one of those people too. Typically I do mind my own business. I mean, if you're an elderly woman like Miss Bell, and you're seeing some folks across from the road, I think what would have made a difference is if she had a relationship with her neighbor, with Susan, the grandmother. But again, when she started testifying, she says that she does not necessarily know the person that lived there, but it's somebody that I don't even want to say familiar. She did not know them personally, so there was no relationship. And frankly, there's no duty. Okay, legally, there's no duty for Ms. Bell to report what she saw. But I know that you're referring to, conversations with the husband. The people were going to serve the law of the Lord. Okay, but this is a credible witness, and the reason I say she's credible is because apart from the fact that she has no dog in this fight, if she was not being truthful, she would have embellished a little bit when defense questioned her about, the whole dragging versus walking thing.
The two people, the man that you identified as sitting here at the table with us, did you see him in the yard at all?
Yeah.
Next to the house in front?
Yeah, I think defense is asking good questions. They are asking good questions overall, but I don't know that it's typical. There are certain people that, because here's the thing, I, for one, am nosy. So if something like that was happening, like even if I was watching it right now, I'd be telling you guys. That's just that's just me. But there's certain people, and I mean, I used to live in the South, and I can relate to Miss Bell in some sense. But there are people from this generation that just mind their own business and they keep it moving. And I make that distinction between because had it been of concern for her, she would have called for the husband to come and see what's going on. But then these people don't want to be bothered with folks' business.
Front of the house.
Oh, what's the question?
The man that you identified as the two people, the man that you identified as sitting here at the table with us. Did you see him in the yard at all?
Yeah.
Next to the house, in front of the house?
Just on the side of the car.
And did you ever see the woman in the yard?
I've never
in front
seen
of the
her
house?
before, no.
Okay, so she was only, as far as you, from what you could see, it was just around that black car.
Around the car.
There was nothing out in the yard.
Yeah.
Okay, but if she had come from the white car, then presumably she would have had to walk up that way. Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
This is such a normal trial. I don't know if I should be upset or not, but these folks are so normal. No surprise witnesses, no tactics from the attorneys, just normal individuals.
Now, Miss Bell, when
everything is swift, I mean, they've had a few sidebars, but even when they had sidebars, they were necessary, they were substantive, and they moved on.
defendant pulled the lady in to the house by her hair, were you still in the same vantage point looking out the window?
Yes.
And I want to show you one photograph that has been already moved into evidence previously,
Stick with the mic.
which is 167. Can you see that on your screen close by?
Ms. Bell, Ms.
We
Bell.
had to lower it because some of the drawings
Okay,
you
I
can see. Can you see it?
Yes.
Now, Miss Bell, I'm going to point to what I believe is
He's likable.
the house where the stabbing happened, but correct me if I'm wrong. Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that the house? Actually, I'll come to your screen too.
Yeah, because
Is that the house?
that's the house. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, I pointed. I know it's kind of hard to see, but I pointed to this on your screen. So,
That's
all right, very good. Now, which is your house? Is your house this one?
no.
Is your house this one?
Yes.
Okay. So, and your window, I assume, is at the front of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So you have a pretty good view, angle wise. Is that correct?
No
Correct.
obstruction.
All right. Now, when the defendant and the lady were first having whatever discussion they were having, you mentioned you could not hear that, correct?
No.
Is it a fair statement that when the lady said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," that she yelled it or shouted it loud enough for you to be able to hear it?
Sounded like it.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, man.
Is Ms. Bell released?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm enjoying this trial. The attorneys are decent. They're doing a good job. let's see. Olbag says, how big of a fight would it have to be for her to call someone? So to me, it wasn't as dramatic as prosecution is trying to make it. And what do you mean it was not as Sorry, I moved my mic and that muted everything. I forgot where I was. But I wanted to Olbag I was just questioning. You said that it's not as dramatic as the prosecution is trying to make it. I did not know that the prosecution was trying to make anything dramatic. Uh, yeah, I don't know. That's not what I gathered. And then Olbag says Ms. Bell looks very nice in yellow. Was that yellow? I thought it was
Mr. Hendry.
maybe off white.
Thank you.
Was it yellow? I thought it was white or off white. Where's Miss Bell? Oh, it
Next
is
witness.
yellow. My bad. I don't have my glasses on, but all right. All right,
They
Miss
call
Bell.
Nancy Jones.
Lovely lady. All right, who's next?
Nancy Jones.
And I do not necessarily know that, Olbag, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not know necessarily that it's the prosecution that is trying to blow anything up. Because I don't remember that from the prosecution's opening statement. If anything, I believe the defense is arguing that Kathy came in hot. Okay. That is my recollection that Kathy came in hot and the defendant, I guess, was the cool and calm individual in this situation.
This way, not that way. This way. Ma'am,
Another senior. All right.
step out of here to this line, and raise your right hand, have it close for you.
All right, lovely neighbor.
Raise your right hand, close for you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony?
And everything is moving along so swiftly in this case.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Not this way. Just watch your step down, you gotta see that shit right now.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Something's crashing.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Nancy K. Jones.
Okay.
And what community do you live in?
I live in the Hamptons.
Listen,
Do you-
Ms. Jones has her makeup on and everything, baby.
You
All
live
right, Ms.
across from a
Jones.
lady named Susan Detman.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And have you gotten to know her from living across from her for a while?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so that's the distinction. So this witness over here has that's what I thought. I thought that Miss Bell was minding her business because she's not of Caucasian descent, but this has been confirmed, all right, because both of these individuals live across the road from the grandmother, but only or at least Ms. Jones and Susan, they have some type of friendship or acquaintance. They're acquaintances in some respect, whereas Ms. Bell is minding her business. All
Are
right.
you aware that she has a grandson named Collin Griffith?
Yes, I am aware.
Yeah, that is
Has
the
you seen
distinction.
him periodically coming and
That's what I figured, but I did not want to talk out of turn.
going over the time you've lived there?
Yes, I have.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to September 8th of 2024, which is a Sunday, when something out of the ordinary happened on your block.
I'll read this. Okay, let me just read it because I paused anyway. So Olbag says the prosecutor said he dragged his mom in by the hair. To me, I would notice. I'm picturing her on the ground being pulled in by the hair. No, Olbag. That is not. No. That's not what the prosecution is saying. She was dragged by the hair. Even Ms. Bell testified that she was, in fact, dragged by the hair. But as far as her using her actual feet, she still had autonomy over the rest of her body, considering that her arms were still moving. Jerome says, working, just checking in. Salute family. What's up, Jerome? Glad you made it safely from the south. Thanks for tuning in. And then Olbeck says, Mrs. Jones talking straight to the jury. Yeah, these are some prepped witnesses. Prepped witnesses. Prepped witnesses. And then Jerome says, Flash said, tell you hello as well to the family. All right. Shout out to Flash though. I like Flash. I've always liked Flash. All right.
Do you remember, first of all, seeing the defendant?
Baby, this girl has some makeup on. I was thinking yesterday, I need to get my makeup game together. I hate to apply makeup, but I'm heading to 60 very soon. Hyperbole. I'm not close to 60, but still. See all these ladies out here with their makeup. And I just
At his
regular.
grandmother's house at all that weekend, Saturday and or Sunday.
No.
I don't know. Old Bag, Benji, Brooklyn. You guys let me know. Tomorrow, do you want to start at 10 a.m. Eastern time, or is that too early? I know, Benji, you're going to have to join later on. But is that too early for you guys, or is 10 a good time, or do you want me to start sooner? I don't know.
Just a car.
All right. And the car being what color car?
It was a black.
And was it parked under the carport?
Yes, it was.
On a certain time on Sunday,
Jerome, you don't have to, you don't have to maybe you do have to replay. I don't know. But we will be back tonight. So tonight we'll start another live at 10 p.m. The reason why we're starting the live is because Old Bag likes to be nosy. and Brooklyn is equally nosy. So that's why we'll be back. That's why, Old Bag already put you on game. Old Bag put you on game.
You happen to notice another car arrive at the house.
Yes, a white car.
Okay.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
A white car pulled into the driveway, immediately sped out of the driveway, and then parked on the street.
Okay, so this is going to line up with the defense, because the defense is pretty much saying that Kathy came in hot.
Ever seen that white car before?
I believe I did last
Where's my
winter.
pencil?
Did anyone get out of the white car?
Yes.
Up until this point, has you seen the Susan Detman's grandson outside or not?
Last winter I did.
Okay, but on Sunday you hadn't seen him at this
Never.
point?
No.
All right, continue on. What happened when the car ended up parking on the street? What happened next?
The lady.
What, if anything?
I was a young girl, got out of the car, slammed the doors.
A young girl. So I suppose there's no actual what is this? No, I'm just thinking. I'm going back to Miss Bell, right? I'm going back to Miss Bell in terms of her observations. And again, Ms. Jones is saying that it was a young girl or a young lady. So this, I guess, from an elderly person, it might appear to be, people that are within the same age range. Because I'm trying to consider if these folks would have called 911 had it been that Collin was dragging an elderly woman by the hair.
Slung a purse over her shoulder,
all right,
and proceeded into the house.
Had you ever seen the young lady before?
Not personally one-on-one, but I've seen the car over there. I thought it was granddaughter. She was.
Yeah, so that again, I've watched this trial here and there, but I've not watched the testimonies on the same scale that I'm doing today. But again, that's what I was thinking. Folks were thinking that, maybe girlfriend, boyfriend, siblings getting into something. Let's stay out of it.
Very young.
And where did you say the young lady went?
She immediately went into the house.
Where were you when you saw this?
Jerome is up for the mess too. Jerome said, "OMG." Yeah. Yep. Those are allegations. All right, Jerome. See you later.
I was sitting on my lanai.
All right.
And where's that at? In the front? Or
Yes, in the front.
All right. Did you think anything of it when that happened?
Nothing.
What happened next?
What happened next? I went back into
Dang, these old people actually do mind their own business. And not, they're not as nosy as I am.
to the house and started doing some dishes and stuff.
Okay.
And then I walked back outside, sat down on my lanai,
Okay.
and then I seen. Do you want me to go into the details now?
Yes.
I seen.
Yeah, these are some prepped witnesses. All right, these are some prepped folks.
The lady standing on the top step, and I just seen an arm come out and grab her by the shoulder, by her hair, and I just turned my head and immediately went back into the house.
She was not trying to see none of that.
Did you see who the person was that grabbed her by the shoulder and the hair?
No.
Old Bag said, Old Bag, it's so crazy how Old Bag and I always thinking about the same things. Because I was like, okay, she talking about a sunroom? Is she talking about a veranda? What is she talking about? I might be some Florida stuff. So
never seen his face, never seen anything. All I seen was the shoulder and the hand come out.
And then what happened after the person grabbed her shoulder and hair?
I don't know. I went back into the house.
She's fed out of there.
At any point, did you realize that law enforcement had responded?
Yeah, about 40, maybe 45 minutes later, I was in my kitchen and I heard sirens and everything. I turned around and I seen cop cars in my yard, and they were everywhere.
So besides the white car that pulled up, the only car that you had seen at the house was the black car, is that right?
What is the cost? How much? What's the cost to install? We might be able to afford it, I don't know, by the end of the year.
That was it.
Oh, what's the question?
So besides the white car that pulled up, the only car that you had seen at the house was the black car, is that right?
That was it.
Okay, so that question is to basically establish that there were no other individuals, okay? There were no other individuals that, apart from Collin being in the grandmother's house, there was nobody else that could have pulled, I was going to say Bev, that's not her name, Kathy in by the hair.
And I'm going to show you a picture. You can see it on the screen close to you. It's 167. And I wanted to know.
Oh, wow. Really? Old Bag says that folks call her mommy. She's parked too long in the driveway. I don't know. I've had instances when I've gone, at least when I lived in Mississippi, used to hang around the old folks a lot, but I did not. Maybe they call each other. But then again, my mother-in-law was the one that did the gossiping. So she's the one that would be calling people.
Can you see where?
I don't know which is which.
All right, no problem. That was going to be my question.
My car has the red trucks.
Yeah, I hear you. So this here, we've heard testimony
What is it saying? We need some lip readers.
Susan Detman's house.
Okay.
Which house is yours?
This is mine.
Okay, and for the record, I'm going to walk back up to the big screen. Is this the house you're pointing to as being your house?
Yes.
Okay. And from your view, is it kind of...
So you can pretty much tell how there's a collaboration. Collaboration might not be the correct word, but the prosecution's witnesses so far, their testimonies come together like a puzzle, okay? We go back to the very first witness, the technician, all right? We started off with a testimony or somewhere towards the end of the testimony or the beginning of a testimony, maybe middle of a testimony, where she talks about being in a helicopter in order to take, an aerial photograph of the crime scene. And already from there, it was pretty obvious, I mentioned it, that the prosecution was pretty much going to, get the two independent witnesses to testify to the same thing, which they have done. And again, they're trying to show that there was nothing within that area that could have obstructed the independent witnesses' views. Let's see, what's Old Bag saying? Okay, so Old Bag is saying that's why it's shocking that, these old people are just watching. Maybe it's different because my experience in the South, probably even on the East Coast, people mind their own business. They're just people mind their business. They're not in other people's or in their neighbors, with the exception of my mother-in-law. She was always in people's business.
And tough to see inside the Miss Denton's doorway.
It's catacornered, yes.
Okay.
All right. I have no further questions for you, man.
Cross, Mr. Hendry?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We have a few questions for you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so Old Bag says a lanai is a Hawaiian term for a covered porch. I don't know. Miss Jones may have lived in Hawaii. She might be from Hawaii, or maybe the people that what is this constructed her mobile home got material from Hawaii. A lot of possibilities.
Ms. Jones, you said that you knew Miss Detman, correct?
Very.
Okay.
She's been your neighbor. Okay. How long?
I don't know how long she had been living there, and it was probably 6 months.
Okay.
Months.
And you had previously seen her grandson at the house?
Last February, I believe it was.
Okay. How many times had you seen him before?
I've seen him about 3 times. I think he was there like 3 weeks, maybe, and he was out running. I just seen him running. I'm assuming it was a family member.
You're assuming he was a family member?
Yeah.
Okay. So you never spoken with him?
Never spoken
You
with him.
didn't actually know the relationship?
No,
Okay.
none.
And the woman you saw, you had never seen her before?
No, I'd seen her. She drove up in the car, but I'd never personally met her or anything.
And when you said drive up in the car, are you talking previously? Like you had seen
Last
that?
winter,
Okay.
I'd seen the car over there.
Now, on September 8th, when you see that white car arrive, you described that you saw it speeding out of the driveway.
Yeah.
Is that like tires screeching in reverse?
She
I think it's working out, Old Bag.
She was angry.
Okay.
Okay.
And you said that she
So defense is
slammed her
going to get into
door
this.
and threw her purse off.
She
So-
slung her purse up on her shoulder and immediately went up to the house.
Okay. So from your perspective, she looked like she was upset.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said the next time you saw her was she was standing on the porch steps.
Yes, on the porch steps.
So you didn't see her outside at all in between those 2 periods of time?
Before she was standing up on the steps, she was throwing clothes in the car.
Okay. So you saw her at which car?
She was throwing clothes into Collin's car. The door was open and she was throwing clothes into the car.
And that would be the black car that was parked in the carport.
Yes.
This would be
And you're calling that Collin's car because you saw the other person get out of the white car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hadn't actually seen the black car arrive.
No, but I knew that was Collin's car because I'd gotten a phone call because I was house sitting for Susan.
Okay.
So you were aware that Collin was coming?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I knew Collin was there the Saturday before the accident happened.
Okay.
Accident.
And so you see a woman go into the house angry, and then she comes out with clothes and starts putting them in the black car.
All right, so
Did it
this
look
is
like
good defense here. Hold on, I just need to make a note of this, Mark.
she had calmed down?
I just didn't really pay that much attention to it like she'd calmed down, but she was throwing the clothes, so I'm assuming she was still upset. I don't know.
Okay, now, when
I'm
you say
still across the street, so I don't know.
when you say throwing clothes, are we talking like into
Yeah.
the car? Okay, so
The
not
door was
placing.
open, so like throwing them in there.
And did you see her open the door? of
I
the
never
car?
seen her open the door.
Okay. So you weren't sitting and watching this whole incident.
Oh, no, I was busy in the kitchen and stuff.
All right. Now, You said that you saw a hand come out and touch a shoulder.
That's right. That's right, old bag. She was just out there trying to relax on, pretty much relax on Hawaiian covered porch. Old bag said accident. I think we know she feels what she feels about things. What are you referring to? Yeah, I thought that was an interesting choice of words. The reason why it's an interesting choice of words is because I would assume that if she is friends or is friendly with a grandmother with Susan, they may have talked about the case, right?
On the steps. Did you hear anything?
I never heard nothing. I turned my head and went back into the house and got busy again.
And from your perspective, did it look like the person was getting dragged into the house?
No. I just, like I said, when I seen the hand come out and grab her by the shoulder, I turned and went back into the house. And I said, they'll probably work it out. I thought it was his sister.
Yeah.
Or Susan's granddaughter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It appears they probably would have taken action if it was one of their own, being somebody elderly, okay? But under these circumstances, they're like, they can do whatever it is they need to do.
And I said, they're probably having a little spat and they'll work it out.
Yeah.
But you didn't call 911?
No, I never called 911.
Now, would you say that this type of thing is something that is typical in your neighborhood?
No.
This is a unique
I lived in Chicago for 30 years, and I seen a lot in Chicago. So in Chicago, we see something, we usually turn the head.
Oh, okay. So apparently Ms. Jones has been conditioned as well. She knows how to mind her own business. So
this is a unique
I lived in Chicago for 30 years, and I seen a lot in Chicago. So in Chicago, we see something, we usually turn the head the other way. And I know cops say if you see something, hear something, you're supposed to report. I didn't think anything more about it.
Okay.
So this wasn't something that was so dangerous to you, you felt the need to report it.
I did not feel good.
And I mean, now the incident with a woman's going in, mad. Do people often, spin their tires in your neighborhood, anything like that?
No.
So the whole instance was pretty unique.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after law enforcement arrived, was that the end of your night, or did you have?
Well, there was so many cops and stuff. No, I sit out on my lanai, and they just kept coming and coming. And then all the neighbors were out in the yard. We had no idea what went on.
Right.
Okay. Now, you're friends with Susan, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you?
There we go. That's what I thought. I did not know enough, but I figured that she had contact with with the defendant's grandmother. And again, keep in mind that the defendant's grandmother is going to testify for the defense. And this woman and her lanai, she has things to do. She's busy in the kitchen. She's definitely not nosy like us. Old bag said accident, as in she doesn't think the defendant killed his mom. It was a whoopsie daisy. That's what it sounds like. That was an interesting choice of words.
Contact her?
I contacted her, yes, when I seen all the cop cars. I immediately called her.
Yeah, and again, she's been in contact with Susan. I do not doubt that they may have been in contact leading up to the actual trial.
And did you make any efforts to contact Collin?
Oh, no.
Did you see him after the instance?
Yes, I did.
Okay, where was he?
He was in the driveway.
How did he look?
And his arms were red, and the cops were all around him. And I was on the phone talking to Susan, and Susan told me to go over and tell him that she would be there in a couple hours, or wherever she was at. She was in the Keys.
Okay.
And so I walked outside, and I waved at Collin, and I says, Susan's on her way.
Obstruction of justice.
I mean, from your perspective, did he look upset?
He looked very emotional. Yes, he'd been crying. I could see him crying in the driveway.
Okay.
So you could tell his face was red, or
oh yeah, he was an emotional wreck.
Right.
But I didn't know. Still, I did not know what happened.
And I mean, we've seen the aerial photos. This is not a very wide roadway that you're from across the street, correct? Like from your house to her house is close.
2 cars passing.
So you were able to get a good eye view on Collin at that moment. You
From
were
my
close enough-
lanai, yes.
And I'm talking when you walked out there, you're close enough that you could see him.
Well, his arms were red. I didn't know. I thought they were like you had been in a scuffle with somebody. Somebody grabs your arm and they turn red. That's what I looked like. It was a scuffle.
So he's got red arms. His face is red. It looks like he's been crying too.
He looked like he'd been crying.
Okay. And this was what time did you say?
4:40, 50, or somewhere around there, whenever the cops got there.
So this is after the cops have arrived and they have him out.
They have him outside.
And prior to that, you had not seen him.
I had not seen him.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, so that was good cross-examination over there. Okay, now that I'm looking at this, I think what the prosecution should have done here is not have Ms. Jones testify. Okay, they should have pulled a takapina. That's what they should have done. I've said this before during the ASAP Rocky trial. What's his name? Let me think about those names again. These ASAP people. So in the ASAP Rocky trial, Ills and 12E, there is no way they would have testified to the same thing. Okay, they were both present at the scene, but their testimonies would not have lined up. It is difficult for two individuals that witnessed the exact same thing to be consistent in their observations. Okay, it's often tricky, even for people that have nothing to hide or people that are not lying. In this instance, right, the prosecution did not have a need to call this witness because Ms. Bell already testified as to her observations. But again, the big problem for the prosecution here is the fact that Ms. Jones is good friends with Miss Susan, with a grandmother. And that is not all too bad. But the big problem here is that it appears that, not even that it appears, the biggest problem here is that considering that she continues to remain good friends with Susan, and Susan is testifying in favor of the defense, that should have been a red flag for the prosecution.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I probably would have, let me think. Should prosecution have redirected or not? I suppose not, right? Because even though Ms. Jones is testifying, she's saying that, Collin had, I don't think she said blood. I think he appeared red. He looked like he was in a scuffle. The prosecution is relying on the actual evidence and not just Ms. Jones' assumption. So under these circumstances, I suppose there's no need to redirect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Jones. Okay. What's
This
next?
one?
Yes.
Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Man, they're flying.
This time, the state claim stated witness 165.
Ms. Jones has things to do, baby. She's out of there.
Been received yet?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, 165 is the, oh, yes.
Are you offering
Next.
states 165?
Yes, sir.
For the record, what is it?
165 is the 911 call.
Is there any objection?
No objection, but
It is received. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during the publication of States 165. Mr. Griffith?
Okay. All right, young man. So 5. And this is what I talked about previously. Again, shout out to all public defenders. So during this portion when Collin is, escorted out of the courtroom, because obviously he does not want to listen to the 911 call. I think it's him, because I think he's the one that placed the 911 call. In any event, he doesn't want to listen to it. All right. And what does his public defender do? escort him out of the courtroom. So show some type of what is this? Some type of, I don't want to say union, that's not the right word. Camaraderie. And not just that. Here's the thing. Because this kid is 16 years old at the time, I mean, this was just a few weeks ago. He's 16 years old when everything's playing out. So he's still, you know, a acne, pimple faced teenager, right? And this woman, sure enough, is an attorney. She's the one that is representing him. But some individuals might read that as her playing a mother role or being a mother figure. So her escorting the client out of the courtroom does, to an extent, play to the jurors in this case. But I was going to say something else. And here's the other thing. So by Collin not being in the courtroom while the 911 call is played, that is an excellent defense move because he would be scrutinized by the jurors, not even just the jurors, even, you know, co-counsels, the individuals in the chat. They would pretty much be scrutinizing and scrutinizing his conduct, seeing if he's crying, how he's behaving, if he's smirking, if he's stoic, no reaction. So, all right, let's get it.
Mr. Levine, you may publish.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right.
So there's evidence.
18/14/11, 2nd September 8, 2024.
Mr.
What happened?
Griffith has elected to waive his.
What just happened? That's kind of odd.
Now, she's reading out, please.
What's going on with the judge?
18/14/11, 2nd September 8, 2024. Normal 1, what's the address of the emergency? Hampton in Florida. I don't know the fucking. I don't know the city address. My mom is talking to EMS now.
Hold on.
The emergency.
Can we close caption this, or is there no closed caption? Let's go.
Hampton in Florida. I don't know the fucking. I don't know the city address. My mom is talking to EMS now. She's bleeding out. Please help. Your mom is doing what? My mom's bleeding out. She's bleeding out. Okay, what's the address, or where do you think you are? What road are you at? What road crosses that road? So the Hampton in Florida, you go to the gate and you take the first right, and it's the house with the black dead out front. I'm trying to get into Hampton Inn. The Hampton Inn, yes, ma'am. What city is it in? Well, it's Auburndale. I created a community. I can't get her up. Okay, how do I lift someone? I need to get her to the hospital. How do I lift someone? Okay, you called 911, so we're going to send an ambulance. She doesn't have time.
I don't know what's up with the judge's eyes, though.
She's fucking failed. She doesn't have time. She needs to go now.
She's what?
Okay, and I'm using the address I see you at. Is that right? Is that where you are? Yes, ma'am. Okay. What can I do? I have your fight back here. What the fuck do I do? Help is being sent. Stay on the line. Try and get more information for the responders. I don't know. Okay, help is being sent. Okay, medical help is being sent. She's bleeding out. Where is she bleeding from, sir? She's bleeding from the neck, ma'am. This is my mother. Are you with the patient now? Yes, I'm with her now. How old is the patient? She's 39 years old. She has a heart condition.
She has a heart condition.
Is she awake? No, she's unconscious. She's not okay. Is she breathing? No, she's not. I don't think she's alive. Okay, where is it? Okay, and you said neck. Okay. All right, listen to me. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay, listen to me. Are you right by now? I am by her. Yes, I don't have to. Okay, listen carefully. Lay her flat on her back on the floor and remove anything under her head. Okay, she's good. She's good. I did it right now. Okay. Listen carefully, and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions. Make sure she is flat on her back on the ground. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Let's take off the shirt.
I have commentary. I'm going to let this
Make
finish.
sure she is flat on her back on the floor. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand.
I don't know. I do not know that I've heard instructions telling you to put your hands right between the nipples. I don't know that I've heard. It's Florida.
All right, pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps. We're going to do this until help can take over. Count out loud so I can count with you. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, old bad guy said the same thing as well. When I first heard it, I'm like, wait, what? The nipples?
4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1.
No, Doug is having a hard time.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1 moment.
Okay.
Okay, just keep going, okay?
What's going on with the judge?
So listen, what caused the bleeding? Listen, what caused the bleeding? She got real tight and she didn't even know she fell on it.
Okay. So I was gonna wait for that. Let me go back again. Did you guys hear what Collin said during the call?
Listen, what caused the bleeding? She got real tight and she didn't even know she fell on it.
Okay. I don't know if you guys heard that or not, but Collin was asked what caused the bleeding, and his response was that him and his mom got into a fight and she fell onto it. But what I was thinking from the very beginning of this phone call is that he calls 911 and says that the mother is bleeding, okay? And the dispatcher basically says that EMT is on their way, right? It would have been a different response, a different order, had it's been clear from the very beginning that this is a stabbing, okay? Or again, he does say that the mom fell on the knife. But it's pretty interesting. It's interesting that he places the call, and the first thing he says is that, my mom is bleeding, not that, my mom fell a knife or that I stabbed my mom or anything. It's just that she's bleeding. All right, so let's see. Old Bag is still going on about Lanai from Hawaii. I need to catch up with a. Okay, Old Bag shows that he's not a monster. She's not afraid of him. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes. You have to ask in advance, and the fans did ask in advance. As far as the nipples, I don't know where or how they do CPR in Florida. I have no idea. I don't even know that those were actual instructions, but he sounded like he was crying, or maybe it's labored breathing. Obag, she and I got into a fight, and she got out a knife and fell on it. So, yeah.
Where's the knife right now? And who did she get in a fight with? We got so for a long time.
Obviously, the medical evidence in this case, the forensics, going to be very interesting. Even the autopsy.
Where is the knife? I just put it across the floor with you.
Across the what?
Across the floor with you. Where is the knife? I just put it across the floor with you.
Across the floor?
It's really controlled. She stopped bleeding. No more blood coming out. She lost it. Where did you throw the knife? You threw it to your right. It was totally away from you. It's away from me. Where's your mother? I'm over her. I'm trying to save her. Where are you? Where's her? Where are you? I was in the kitchen, in the house. I knew the door is unlocked. Okay, you're with your mother, correct? Okay, listen to me. Listen to me, please. Stop, okay? Listen to me, and I'm going to tell you how to control the bleeding.
I didn't control what bleeding. The boy basically said the mom bled out to death.
Okay? Okay. All right, hold on. Ma'am. There's no more blood coming out of the wound. He's lost it all. Okay, listen, okay? We're going to do this, okay? Okay, listen to me. Get a clean dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it. My son is down low. Okay. Is the blood spurting or pouring out? No. Okay. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's no more. All right. Does she have a bleeding eating disorder, or is she normally on blood thinners? No. Okay.
I mean, the boy did say the mother has a heart condition.
I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it.
What's up, Callie girl?
And now place it right on the wound and press down firmly. Don't lift it up to look.
Did you take your nap or no?
Without lifting the cloth up, please tell me if the bleeding is under control now.
Okay, so we have moved or we've jumped into Collin Griffith. I don't know, did you catch up? Do you know anything about this case? It was taking place at the same time as the ASAP Rocky trial, but it was a pretty interesting trial. I think it's one of those trials that not that everybody has to not everybody has to watch this trial, but I think for people that have an interest in law and crime, this is a good case.
Yes, there's no blood. She lost all her blood.
If you don't know about this case, I'll give you a recap.
Okay, reassure her that help is on the way from now
Right.
on. Don't let them have anything to eat or drink. It might make her sick or cause further problems. Don't move her unless it's absolutely necessary. Just tell her to be still and wait for help to arrive. Okay, listen to me, okay? Okay, we're gonna continue with CPR. Listen to me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Does Patrick just let like a good 5 minutes go by before she decides to resume CPR?
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen, I need you to keep doing this. Listen, okay? I need you to keep doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my goodness,
2,
old bag.
3, 4.
Old bag is out of control. Old bag is definitely out of control. Okay, so old bag. Okay, so you haven't watched the case. All right. So this is the case of Collin Griffith. He was accused of killing his mom. Okay, the prosecution, they allege that he stabbed his mother. The defense, they are arguing self-defense. They're pretty much saying, I don't even know. Collin is saying the mother fell on a knife. All right. And Collin is saying the mom fell on a knife. It's a 7-inch blade. I don't know how in centimeters. I have no idea. I would need to convert, but Zeta has my phone. So Collin, his claim is that the mom fell on the knife. So far, most people in this trial are normal. The prosecutor is very normal. The defense attorney, very normal. The judge, definitely normal. Even the witnesses appear normal. Okay. So opening statement, the prosecution pretty much started off talking about the defendant in this case, Collin. At the time of the trial, he was 17 years old. Around the age of 15, 16, depending on when his birthday is, the evidence shows that he killed somebody. Okay. As far as who that individual is, the jury does not know. Okay. The only facts before the jury is that at least a year and a half prior to Collin going on trial, he was arrested for shooting somebody. He shot that individual twice. The person died. The jury, again, they do not know the actual identity of that individual. It is the father. Okay. This was a completely different state. It was Oklahoma. So Collin shot the father twice. criminal charges were not brought. He was on bail for a little bit, but charges were not brought. The defense, they are pretty much arguing the defense opening was very good. They steered clear of Collin as a whole. Their focus was on the victim in this case. The focus was on the mother. As we're going through the opening statement, Old Bag was of the opinion that the mother appeared unstable. Okay. The defense pretty much brought out that the mother had a drug issue. She was difficult to get along with. The family was estranged, and at the center of, that tension was pretty much the victim, who's the mother in this case. There have been instances of, or at least this is from opening statement. It's not in evidence yet, but from opening statement, Collin was Baker acted on a number of times, I believe on 3 occasions. The mother was also Baker acted at one point. Collin did not want to be with his mother. He would have preferred to be in an institution. He'd have preferred to be in foster care. He would have preferred to be anywhere and everywhere but to live with his mother. The evidence also came out that oftentimes when folks don't do things that the mother wants, then she acts up. All right. The mom kicked Collin out of the house just, I don't know, within 24 hours or a day prior to charges being brought. Mom kicked Collin out of the house. And the reason for that was because Collin would not clean up his room. He had sweets and a whole bunch of stuff in his room. And he would not help the mother put up a bookshelf, and she did not like that. So he was kicked out of the house. He went on to, he drove to a different county to be at the granny's house. And that's where we are. So far, we've had 3 witnesses. We had a technician testify. Her testimony was pretty much straightforward. She processed the scene. And then let me see. The second witness, actually 4 witnesses. The second witness was an officer out of Oklahoma. He was one of the people that, one of the officers that responded to the crime scene of Collin's father. Okay. But again, the jury was limited in knowing exactly the circumstances of that fatality. All they know is that Collin shot somebody and the person did not make it. As far as to who it was or the location, that was not before the jury, and the defense successfully argued for, the officer not to testify to any of those things because they feared that if the jury is aware that the person that he killed was his father, or that the incident occurred at home, the jury could possibly infer that they could possibly infer that it was a family member that was a victim. But I mean, from a defense perspective, they feared that if the jury can rationalize that, this guy, he offed his father, it is likely that he's responsible for offing the mother. All right. So that was the defense did do a good job as far as that is concerned, or at least limiting what the officer could testify to. And then we had Ms. Bell testify. Her testimony is that she observed Ms. Bell. I'm just going to disclose this. Ms. Bell is Black, okay? So she lives across the road from Collin's grandmother. And she was getting ready for church. She pretty much observed what appeared to be a disagreement between the victim and the defendant in this case. Her testimony is that she appeared animated. She, being the victim, appeared animated. Her hands were up. She was putting clothes in a vehicle that belonged to the defendant, and that the defendant grabbed her by the hair and dragged her into a house, and the door was closed. Okay. The third witness to testify, is that the fourth? I think that's actually the fourth witness to testify, is Ms. Jones. She is also a neighbor of the grandmother. her testimony almost similar to Miss Bell, but I think it varies in terms of intensity. Okay. So one thing about Miss Jones, she is friends with um the defendant's grandmother, okay, the house where this boy was, and she has seen this kid on prior occasions. And her testimony was basically that, Collin grabbed the mother by the hair. Not exactly, I don't even know that she used the word grab, but she minimized Miss Bell's observations to some extent. But there's no dispute that Collin did put hands on the mother. All right. Okay, that's a good recap. Let's get into it.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they there?
Yeah, so Olbag, the part that you missed is that now that Collin was charged with a mother's death, there's a possible investigation. They're possibly going to reopen the cases. They're probably going to reopen the case in Oklahoma.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Correct. Olbag is correct. So Ms. Jones basically referred to the events of this case as an accident.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they inside?
Gang, what's going on with the officer?
Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know where she got that from. I don't know where. I do not know where the dispatcher got those instructions from. Those must be specific to Florida because I've never heard of such instructions before. So you see, Collin not being at the defense table again. What is this? It prevents him from being scrutinized by the jury because while the cameraman is panning over here, he's not there. Okay, where are you going? Uh-oh. What's the cameraman doing? Oh, is this the granny? I saw the granny on the stand. I just don't remember what she looked like. Oh, this must be the granny. And it's important to remember or know, Callie, that the grandmother that we're talking about is the victim's biological mother, okay? All right, so that's the end. All right, is Collin heading back?
Mr. Griffith has returned. Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. The State Calls Deputy Alexander Walker.
All right, so let's see what. I mean, I don't see him blushing or anything. It does not seem flushed out. Does not appear to have been crying.
Deputy Alexander Walker.
Okay, who's testifying?
Our friend that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mr. Levine, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Walker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
No, Olbag, I don't think so. I think that's a grandmother. I've only seen her once, but I think that is the granny. Okay. Okay, so Kelly said try not to act on opinion after you said Baker act. Yeah, but both being Collin and the mother, they were, Baker acted
My
around
name
this
is
time.
Deputy Alexander Walker in the Sheriff's Office for about a year now.
Okay.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience in law enforcement.
So I graduated from Florida State with my bachelor's with a minor in psychology.
I don't know. Deputy Walker's voice has a lot more bass than what I was expecting.
I finished my training the winter of 2023. I've been with the Sheriff's Office.
That's like me trying to explain how old my daughter is. I don't always know. I mean, that's everybody. I don't know how old my mom is. I don't know my sister. Sometimes I don't even know how old I am.
About a year, only about a half a
Takes a
year
lot
by
of
the time of this
thinking.
incident.
All right, Deputy Walker, what shift did you work at that time?
I worked on the Delta night shift.
Delta.
Now, specifically, I'm going to direct your attention to
But
Sunday.
yeah, and Callie, one thing again, the attorneys in this case, they have just been great. Even when they disagree and they're fighting over evidence, they do it respectfully.
It's September 8th of 2024. Did you respond to a crime scene in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury what kind of call you got and what you did.
The call I got was a assist EMS, what we call as a 50 alpha for an AED assist, a major medical assist.
Yeah, and that's what I said. So the dispatcher here, she needs to be trained or retrained. Something has to happen, because based on what is this? Based on the response is in relation to the phone call. Okay, so the phone call basically just says, my mom is bleeding. It's not until later on in the phone call does she try and figure out what caused the bleeding, because sometimes under these circumstances, this is one of those cases where what is this? The law enforcement should have first cleared the scene before EMS arrives, making sure there's no danger to EMS. In fact, what they did was the opposite. Oldbag says, while the kid from A Christmas Story has a deep. Here we go with Oldbag again. Callie says, yeah, listen. And that's why I prefer regular trials, because regular trials have normal attorneys. The attorneys that are involved in high profile cases, I don't know if a flip, if a switch flips or something, and they just take on a different personality, or that's just how they are. But I do not like what I've seen so far.
First,
approximately how long did it take you to get to the scene from where you responded from?
Approximately 5 minutes from where we were at.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
First thing I did when I entered the scene was I announced myself as Polk County Sheriff's Office, wanted the subjects inside to make themselves known to our presence, so that if there was any harm, weapons, anything like that.
What does it matter? EMS was already there. I mean, EMS probably would have been taken out too.
It would be put away from arm's reach.
Did you go in by yourself?
No, sir.
Who did you go in with?
I went in with Deputy Sheriff Pivernick.
And when you announce your presence, do you do that loudly? Do you shout it?
Yes, sir.
So anybody within the household that's alive would be able to hear it?
Yes, sir.
Somebody that's
now,
alive.
As you enter, did you enter the door by the carport?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered, what did you notice about the first room that you entered?
First room that I entered, I noticed a pair, or at least a single AirPod, as well as the AirPod case on the ground.
Okay.
Besides that being on the ground, did the house look like it was in order and nicely put together?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go from the living room area?
From there, I heard a male subject inside the house shouting, "I'm inside the kitchen."
Okay.
What did you do next?
I then proceeded to the kitchen, and while walking to the kitchen, I saw a knife, a blood-covered knife, over in front of the washer and dryer to my left. Saw the subject.
Oh, I thought the knife was in the sink, so I must have misunderstood that when the first witness testified.
In the kitchen.
Where was the subject positioned in relationship to the deceased lady?
The subject was positioned over the deceased's head.
Wait, what?
Did you find that odd at all?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, I find it odd, and I'm not even, I'm not even a detective.
For doing normal CPR and everything, assuming everybody's been taught and seen videos on doing CPR.
Oh no, that person, the dispatcher was talking about nipples and everything else. So
from beside the person, never over top their head, possibly blocking airways.
So when you saw the defendant above her head, what did you do next?
At that point, I told Deputy Sheriff Pibernick to stay with the subject as I went outside to confirm for EMS that it was clear for them to come inside.
Oh, okay. So I jumped the gun. I assumed that EMS entered the scene prior to law enforcement. I've never seen that, but yeah, that's what it sounded. That's what it sounded like.
Do you see that person in the house? Excuse me, not in the house, but in the courtroom today that you saw in the house?
Yes, sir. He's right there.
And for the record, you're pointing over to the defense table. What is the defendant wearing for purposes of our record?
Wearing a plaid button-up shirt, a gray jacket, and glasses.
For the record, Deputy Walker has identified the defendant. Do you recall, Deputy, was the defendant wearing a shirt at that time?
No, sir.
Okay.
So no shirt?
No shirt.
And did he have on a black pair of shorts and black shoes?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any blood on his body?
None on his torso and none on his upper arms.
Okay.
It was only on his hands and forearms.
What happened next?
At that point, I began to secure the scene by putting crime scene tape around it. And after I was done with that, I was just waiting with Pibernick and waiting for supervision as well.
Did you see anybody wash the blood off the defendant outside or
EMS.
inside or anywhere?
EMS rinsed off his arms.
And at
What?
whose request was that?
I do not recall.
Yeah, I don't know where do they do that at? What? I don't know. I have questions. I have serious questions. They did what?
Do you think that was a little out of the ordinary?
Yes.
If it were up to you, would a individual standing over a dead body be preserved in the manner in which you?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. He's only on a job for 6 months.
Deputy Walker, as I was saying, if it were up to you and your duties and responsibilities, and you come into contact with somebody who's over the top of a dead person,
they should have photographed him. I don't know. I'm gonna reserve my comment because I want to say something else.
would you try to keep them in the same state in terms of not letting them wash their hands or not letting them destroy evidence?
Where do they do that at? I suppose, considering that he's a 17-year-old, looks like a baby, that is still pretty difficult for me to understand why they'd rinse off the blood. But I suppose because he looked like a little baby, and he did say that the mother fell on a knife. So I don't know. That's mind-boggling. That is.
Get rid of anything?
Yes.
Now, did Deputy Pibernick then take the defendant outside?
Yes.
Okay.
When you saw the defendant, describe his demeanor.
Okay.
At first, he was in a somewhat manic state, but again, once he went outside, he was more calm and collected.
What happened when he was outside then?
Outside, he spontaneously uttered to me and
All right, hold on. What did he say?
Deputy Sheriff Pibernick that there was blood everywhere, and then it stopped bleeding, and then she was dead.
Okay.
What were your responsibilities from that point on?
From that point on,
again, this is almost similar to the 911 call, where there's no indication of there's no mention of the manner or what caused the bleeding or the injury? It's just there's blood.
The subject was then taken into custody and placed in the rear of my marked vehicle.
Okay.
What was your opinion of the crime scene? That you,
Calls for speculation.
Well, the question is unclear. Would you rephrase the question?
yes, Your Honor. While you were inside at the crime scene, did you have an opportunity to observe the rooms that you thought were relevant?
I mean, even the objections are normal. The objections are very normal.
You understand that one?
Not really, no.
All right, you described the living room.
Mm-hmm.
You described where you saw the defendant. Did you actually then go into the kitchen and
Yes.
see the scene in the kitchen?
Yes.
What did you see?
In the kitchen, I saw a large pool of blood around the subject's head and neck area.
Okay, hold on.
Blood,
So around the head, neck. Okay.
blood spatter going up the side of the cabinet.
Okay.
Did you move anything?
Didn't move anything, no.
And is that common to purposely not move things so that the integrity of the scene could be maintained?
Yes, sir.
Now, when the defendant was in the back seat of your car, what were you doing?
While he was in the back seat, I was in the front seat of my car.
Okay. Doing what?
Working on this report.
Okay.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like when he was in your car?
Demeanor was still calm and collected.
Did he seem to have any concern or worry?
No.
Did he speak about anything to you?
Nothing genuinely. We were talking about, or I tried to spark up just normal conversation, ask him what video games he played.
Okay.
And did he respond and talk about video games?
Yeah, he said he enjoyed strategic games.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Did his demeanor change at all when you were interacting with him?
Little, seemed more cheerful at the time, but
cheerful,
still calm.
Was he then eventually taken to wherever you took him?
Wherever you took him.
Some odd hours later,
Hey.
yes.
Okay. All right, Deputy Walker. I don't have any further questions for you.
Okay.
Cross-exam.
I don't know, where did he take him after the fact?
Deputy Walker, Miss Griffith was lying on the floor in between a kitchen island and a kitchen cabinet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a very wide space.
All right, hold on. So kitchen island, because I only remember the island. So kitchen island and kitchen cabinet. All right. I'd envisioned the scene differently. I thought that the island separated the kitchen from the living room.
Was it? So really not any room for someone to be on the side of her to perform CPR, right?
Yes.
That was a brilliant question. So that basically goes to the detectives or the officer. I don't remember, is he a detective or not? Anyways, it goes to the detective's testimony that it was odd for Collin to be standing over his mother. So that was nicely done.
When you were talking to Collin, when he was in your car, you brought up video games, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that to try and distract him from what he had just seen and been through, right?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing talking to him about video games then?
Just trying to
Apparently, the officer hates sitting in silence.
have a normal conversation.
A normal conversation with a child whose mom just died in front of him. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you read him his Miranda warnings?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why not?
Ma'am, that is not custodial interrogation. You know that.
No, ma'am.
He was in your custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Handcuffed,
Yes, ma'am.
inside a car that he could not get out of,
Yes, ma'am.
and you started talking to him.
Yes, ma'am.
You know from your training that if you are going to talk to somebody who is under arrest, that you are required to read them their Miranda warnings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's if it's an interrogation. I do not exactly understand that to be an interrogation.
That includes you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. Correct? And
Yes,
it
ma'am.
goes on from there.
Okay, but I guess the distinction here is because it's the officer that initiated the conversation and not Collin. So I suppose it does make it, I don't know that it's an interrogation per se, but okay.
But you did not read those to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though you were talking to him and asking him questions after you'd handcuffed him and put him in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get in trouble for violating your procedures?
No, ma'am.
Okay, the defense, not the defense, the prosecution is going to have to redirect on that.
Ever met Collin Griffith before this?
No, ma'am.
So you have no idea how he acts normally?
Right, his demeanor.
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had a parent die in front of you?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know how you would react
No.
when something like that happened, would you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to the 911 call in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion of Collin's demeanor then? He wasn't calm and collected, was he?
At the beginning, it sounded as if he was calm, and then towards whenever deputies arrived on scene, then he was more frantic.
Okay, so the 9 or so minutes between the beginning and the end, do you think he was normal?
At the beginning, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, she's asking questions she has no business asking because she obviously was expecting, she being defense attorney, I forgot her last name again. Thornhill? I think so. I think that's her name. But yeah, she was expecting the officer to testify in an inconsistent manner, and obviously that's not what he's testifying.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Just briefly.
Okay, so before redirect, that was good cross. That was really good cross. Apart for not ending on a high note, but other than that, the cross was really good. Old Bag says this cop seems a bit biased. On what basis? I think he's pretty ordinary. I like the fact that he's answering questions and not defensive. That's always good.
So, Deputy, as it pertains to Miranda warnings,
There we go.
is it?
Dang, listen, again, I watched bits and pieces of this trial. I followed every once in a while. But I know, again, I've done both prosecution and public defense. So I know exactly what it is, what the problematic areas are. So when he was asked about Miranda warnings and not giving those to Collin, it made sense for the prosecution to come up here and redirect on that point.
Fair statement, you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So from that standpoint, did you feel any reason to read him Miranda warnings when you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case?
No, sir.
Is talking about video games with someone, is that some devious plan of yours, or was it just conversation?
Funny.
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further
Devious
questions.
plan. What did you say?
All right, I have no further questions.
That's not being used against him.
What did the defense say?
Is there a question?
Is there an objection? The answer was all.
Avoid the commentary, please, unless
Yes,
there
sir.
is a legal objection.
All right, so even when they're speaking objections, they do it respectfully. The judge just says avoid commentary. There's no yelling, no screaming, nothing going on.
Commentary, please, unless
Yes,
there
sir.
is a legal objection. Save it for argument.
Yes, sir.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that was good. That was good. Both parties know what they're doing. Their roles are very clear, and they are doing just that. All right. So that's good. All right. And they're literally flying through these witnesses. They're not playing around. All right, who's next?
All right, folks, it's about 2:30. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
And having P and K. All right. All right, let's take our recess. We're going to take a 2-minute recess. Let's take a 2-minute recess. All right, let's stretch our legs. I need to stretch my legs. So 2 minutes and I'll be. All right, I'm back. I needed a snack break, okay? All right. Let us get back into this.
How many more?
I have 3 more witnesses.
Okay.
What's going on with the judge? All right, come on. Oh, and Callie, I don't know, you probably won't be back tonight because of the time difference. But girl, Old Bag and Brooklyn, they're ready to gossip tonight. So you can rewatch in the morning. But we'll be back after we're done with this. I'll be back at 10 p.m. Eastern time, okay, with some gossip, some legal gossip. Okay, I'm sorry, Brooklyn. Apparently, Brooklyn's in the bushes and Brooklyn does not gossip anymore. That ended with a YSL trial.
Please be seated.
Given space will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi there, Deputy. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Deputy Pivernick with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and you spell my last
Man, these are some young people. How old is he? 15?
name as Pibernik.
And tell the jury a little bit about your education, work experience, and training in law enforcement.
So actually, right when I graduated high school,
I was about to say, I thought he was going to say he just graduated. That's exactly what I was expecting him to say.
I signed up to join the academy to become a Polk County Sheriff.
Okay.
Then I attended Polk State College and then graduated from Polk State College and got sworn in as a deputy.
How much time did you spend at the college? Like, what, a month?
Do you work the road now?
Yes, I do.
And what shift do you work?
I am currently TDY to BSI, but at that time I was on Southwest Delta.
All right, Collin.
And tell the jury about what BSI is.
No pressure.
BSI is an unmarked unit, so we do anything as far as finding someone who's narcotics and all these other types of operations that we work on.
All right, Deputy, I want to direct your attention to September 8th.
That baby's so young, he cannot even define his job.
Of 2024, Sunday evening. Did you get a call to respond to a location in Auburndale reference a stabbing victim?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did.
So I received a call, which is a signal 50 from EMS, which means we have to go make sure the scene is clear before we can enter. At this time, me.
Not even. He looks like a baby.
And my partner, Deputy Walker, were arriving on scene. We entered the scene, and at that point is when we saw Collin Griffith over his mother trying to attempt to do CPR.
And here's the thing. I was just about to say this. If he does not have anything fresh to add to this apart from what Walker testified to, I don't know why the prosecution has him on the stand.
CPR.
Now, do you see the person that you referenced as Collin Griffith in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and say something that he's wearing for our record?
Yes. He's wearing a gray jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the deputy has identified the defendant. Now, when you came into contact with the defendant, what did you do?
I then walked him outside underneath the carport area right behind his vehicle.
How you spray washed him?
Were you and Deputy Walker the first two law enforcement responders?
Yes.
And did you both go in the house together?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first entered the house, what did you notice about the house, if anything, inside?
As I walked into the house, I immediately began to clear the house as my partner walked up to Collin Griffith. And then after clearing the house is when I walked back into the living room area, made it known that it was clear, and that is when my partner advised me to take Collin Griffith outside.
Did you notice the ear pod on the ground in the family room?
At that point, I did not.
Okay, that is leading. Yeah, that is leading. I suppose the defense is not disputing, but that's a leading question.
Did you notice at any point?
After, yes.
Now, when you were outside with the defendant or interacting with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
When I first walked him outside, he was a little bit frantic. Seemed like something was definitely going on. And then as he began to explain what happened is when he became very calm. His demeanor completely changed.
Was that okay? Now, when he was talking to you, where did that take place?
Outside, underneath the carport next to his vehicle.
Now, did he explain to you or try to explain to you what happened?
At one point, he did.
Did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how you document what the defendant said in this case.
Okay.
At the time on scene, I was documenting what he was saying by writing it on my notepad that I carry on me all the time.
So in this particular case, is it a fair statement you did not take like a tape statement? Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, is it important to you to get the words that he was saying accurate to then generate a report?
Yes.
And what was it that the defendant
What did he say?
told you?
May I refer to my report?
You may. If it's of a length that you believe the most accurate way to state what he said is to read it, that would be acceptable under these circumstances.
Yes, sir.
The defense is objecting. They do not want No, I keep calling these people detectives. A deputy, I forgot his name, to read from his statement, which is understandable. My boy has a fresh haircut. I'm sure he has more pension than I am. He has more, he has more in pension than what I have, okay? Come on. Good benefits. I think it's in, isn't it? I think it's Los Angeles, somewhere over there. Offices out there, don't they start like at 6 figures or something? I don't know. I read that somewhere. I don't know if it's true or not. I know Benji. Do your people out there, do they make? I think they make money. All right, come on. What's going on?
Now, Deputy, did you interact with the defendant at all inside of the squad car, or were you just interacting with the defendant outside?
I interacted with him outside, and then once I sat with him in the vehicle, yes, there was an interaction.
What did you talk about?
And was that Deputy Walker's car?
Yes.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Custodial interrogation.
Defendant give.
Oh, sorry.
Did the defendant give to you two different statements to you?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, so what were the conflicting statements? These are the answers that the jury doesn't have. Hold on. So the timestamp is 6. What's this detective's name again? Or deputy? I keep calling these people. 6:47:32. I say conflicting statements.
Deputy Pernick, do you have any recording devices either on your person with all the gear you have or in your car as you're on patrol?
No, man, other than just the telephone.
Well, they don't wear body worn cameras out there.
Cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But it that can record things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you carry your cell phone on you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could record anything.
But no officer is going to take down a suspect or even a defendant's statement using their personal cell phone. I would not even do that, because you open up your cell phone, you're going to have to turn that stuff over. Who does that?
Thing that you experience at a scene, right? If you weren't, say, clearing it and making sure people were safe.
Yes, ma'am.
So, for instance, in an interaction with Collin, you could have recorded that.
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like the purpose for the prosecution calling this deputy is to bring in Collin's statements, okay? Whatever those statements were, because again, the prosecutor specifically asked if those interactions were, outside the vehicle or inside the vehicle. And when the officer testified to the fact that it was both inside and outside, then the prosecutor could not follow up with that line of question. Here's the distinction, okay? So on the outside, while Collin loosely can be said that Collin is not in custody, okay? He's not in actual custodial in police custody, all right? Whereas in whether it's a marked or unmarked police car, even if they were in, I don't know, in some type of bathroom, I don't know why they would be in a bathroom, but even if that was the case, that could in essence be interpreted to be custodial interrogation. And under those circumstances, that's when they should have read him his rights. Otherwise, that does not come in. So that's what's happening here. Because if we go back to Deputy Walker, if I remember correctly from his testimony, the statement that, who's this? What's the kid's name again? The statement that Collin gave outside, or the statement he made outside, were basically that there was blood everywhere, right? Nothing along the lines of, oh, I stabbed my mom, or my mom fell on a knife, or this and that. Just that there was blood everywhere and she was bleeding, right? So naturally, I'm inclined to believe that the testimony that the prosecution wanted to bring in is testimony that is actually incriminating, okay? Something different from what Deputy Walker testified to. And again, it comes to this principle that I've been talking about over and over again. Criminal courts are not concerned with factual truth. So on the outside, if he actually told this officer that, hey, I remember what I told you guys outside where I said there was blood everywhere. Well, I caused that. I actually stabbed my mom. She really did not fall on a knife, okay? The fact that the officers did not follow procedures, the fact that he looks like he just graduated from high school and they gave him a job, and, you know, him not advising the defendant of his right is detrimental to the prosecution's case. So at least that one statement that they want.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain James Parker.
Fulton County needs to observe this courtroom over here. Things run so smoothly. Again, from the very beginning of this trial, it was very clear that they had their pre-trial motions in limine. They had everything out of the way prior to actually going to trial. It's not during the trial where you suddenly want to come up with, you know, some spectacular reason for why evidence should be excluded or should be admitted.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This way. That's what you said.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Captain Parker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Captain James Parker. I work for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Being a captain at PCFR, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the daily operations and duties of Station
He definitely has good pension. I can tell. I can tell by that mustache.
39, which is off of East Main Street for Polk County Fire Rescue, meaning the engine and two rescue companies that run medical calls and fires in that area.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
General high school education, and then you proceed on to a fire academy, in which you are completed from that with fire standards. Then proceed on to first responder EMT, which are semester-long programs, a year of paramedic, and then subsequent classes in driver engineer school, as well as fire officer 1, which is another 5 or 6 courses. To which you can then test and get certified to be a captain.
All right.
To attain the rank of captain, did you have to come up through the ranks and work the different positions?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
How long?
And how many years have you been on the job?
With Polk County Fire Rescue, this will be year 11 for me.
Yes.
All right. Now, Captain Parker, during your time
so what is that? I don't know.
in your position, not necessarily just as a captain, but just in your career, have you had the opportunity to respond to many different scenes where somebody has been injured?
Yes, sir. On average, about 2,000 calls a year.
Wow.
During those many calls, have you ever seen a victim that has been stabbed, that had a stab wound?
There's been quite a few. I'm not sure as to how many.
Wow.
All right, I want to direct your attention to this case particularly. What was your responsibility as it pertains to September 8th of 2024?
My crew and myself were dispatched to a call. It was dispatched as an assault call, which is a generic code out for something that was put in through dispatch.
And Callie says his white shirt alone makes her believe that he has good pension. He looks like he has good pension.
We were responding per our policy. We staged at a short distance away until law enforcement's able to arrive on scene and make sure the scene is secured and safe.
Okay.
At which time we then proceed on scene and providing medical need or necessity of the victim/patients.
Did you enter the residence to see the victim?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
We entered through the front door, went through the living room area, back into the kitchen, at which point they were escorting the accused out of the residence. The victim herself was laying on the kitchen floor, supine, and with a pool of blood.
What does supine mean?
On her back.
Now, did she have any signs of life whatsoever?
No, sir.
The pale color, what is that indicative of?
Typically of blood loss or poor circulation.
Okay.
Is she checked for a pulse and her vitals and whatnot?
Yes, sir. Per usual, we arrive on scene.
Brooklyn, Collin got a speedy trial. September 2024 by, what is this? Late January, early February 2025, he had a trial.
Patient's responsiveness, she was not.
I think probably it's due to the fact that he is a minor. So they probably did not want him to be incarcerated for an extended period of time. I have to confirm, though. Was he in pretrial custody? I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
Not responsive, to which I could then tell she was not breathing. A pulse was checked for and not obtained, as she did not currently have one.
Okay.
CPR was initiated for a brief few seconds until further extended injuries could be checked, and then it was determined among the crew and myself that the injuries were not sustainable.
So based upon the severity of the stab wounds, was there anything you could further do for her?
No, sir.
Now, what can you tell the jury about what you saw pertaining to the stab wound?
The stab wound itself did not seem to be very wide. It was kind of narrow in size. Upon further inspection after starting the CPR, it was obvious that every time I did a compression, there was air that was coming through the wound itself.
Sheesh.
So it was obviously pretty deep. It looked like a lot of the vasculature and the stuff inside of the wound itself was very obvious and could be seen. And that they had cut major areas such as the arteries.
Okay. What was the terminology you used? The vascular?
Vasculature, yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Meaning the tissue and stuff surrounding.
So the inside of her neck was apparent. You could actually see what was inside?
Yes, sir.
That's disturbing. Very gruesome.
What was the defendant's demeanor like?
From my personal experience, it was a little odd in nature. He didn't seem very distraught or upset. He seemed kind of calm upon my entering the residence. And then upon exiting the residence, he seemed to almost have a, not a full argument, but somewhat argumentative with the deputies that were trying to assist him out of the residence.
Okay.
Now, during the 11 years when you've interacted with different people at a scene similar to this, I mean, is there any one way to act, or do you see it all?
No, it's different for each person.
Okay.
Okay.
So the prosecution gets ahead of their defense question in advance.
The way that you described the defendant's demeanor, did that stand out? Did that stand out compared to the other scenes you've been to?
Yeah, that's not I mean, like I said, I've seen several, and to be distraught, to be upset, or to be in tears or even hysterical is pretty common. I would say that's what I see most of the time. And he didn't seem to be any of those.
All right, come on.
All right, Captain Parker, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you. Cross.
Captain Parker, do you have any psychological training?
No, ma'am.
You did say that there is no one right way for somebody to act after they've been through either a fight or a traumatic experience, right?
I did say that.
So you cannot say what was going on inside of Collin's mind or heart when you saw him, can you?
No, ma'am. I didn't say what was going on inside of him.
And you have no idea what he's been through in his life and what coping mechanisms he has devised or that he has had to come up with to survive those things, do you?
No, ma'am. I've never met him before this.
Okay. And you have no idea what happened in that kitchen before you arrived, do you?
No, ma'am. I cannot speculate as that.
Thank you.
All right. You're right.
Captain Parker, was the stab wound that you saw consistent with the victim being stabbed by somebody?
I would think so.
Based on
No
what?
further questions, John.
Is the witness released?
No objection, Your Honor.
Started. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Very skip.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the last witness for today will be Polk County Fire Rescue Paramedic Collin.
Oh, they called an actual witness? How long did he testify? Yeah, the people in Fulton County, they need to watch this trial. This is not the thing of witnesses not being ready, not having any more witnesses. Your witnesses are basically in rotation, okay? You're ready to take the stand. There's always somebody talking in court.
Step right here with your right hand, just warning about things.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Step up here, what you said.
Signature. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
All right. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Owen Mullen, Owen Mullen. I'm a firefighter paramedic for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
So I started in New York about 2017, 2018 as a firefighter EMT. I became paramedic in 2021. I moved here in 2022, or actually 2023. I've worked at Polk County Fire Rescue since I moved here.
And in your current position, what are your responsibilities?
So on my career, I'm the lead paramedic. I work on the ambulance. So I make patient care decisions.
And was that what you were working September 8th of last year?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how you responded to the crime scene in this case.
We were dispatched to, I believe, an assault call. While we were responding to there, we got information on our dispatch that the patient had gotten an injury to her neck. She was bleeding. She was not conscious. And the dispatch was giving the caller life-saving instructions.
Okay.
And then we were to stage in the area for a police to secure the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to actually go inside the house?
Yeah, once the deputies cleared the scene, we went in and I found the patient in the kitchen.
What did you notice about the patient?
She was lying face up. She had a wound in her neck. It was narrow and very deep, and she was no longer bleeding. She was not conscious.
And from the very deep wound.
I know. What is this officer's rank? Anyways, that's why he's not a captain, okay? That's why he doesn't have that white shirt on, because he's saying He said that the victim was lying face up instead of, showing off a little bit and using some medical terms.
Wound. Did you have
Not
any further
fine.
thoughts about the nature of the wound?
You could see all the way back to her neck
Oh my
very
goodness.
easily. You could see her vasculature, her muscle tissue were obviously visible.
Yeah.
And that type of injury is incompatible with life.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the defendant's demeanor on scene?
I did not directly interact with him, but when I did notice him, he was outside talking with the deputies. He did not appear upset, and he was almost kind of annoyed with their questioning of him.
Who are the individuals that rinse the blood off again? Wasn't it these folks?
Have you been to other scenes where somebody's family member, spouse, or close friend has been killed?
Yes, very frequently.
All right. And what do you typically see there?
Typically, they'd be very upset and hysterical, although it is different for every person.
Okay. Trained.
Did the defendant's demeanor seem out of the ordinary to you?
Yes.
Were you the one that eventually declared the victim officially deceased?
Yes.
And at what time was that?
I believe at 18:27.
That being 6:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is that I
What
understand?
time? 6:27.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is that I understand that's the official time you write down, but is it a fair statement that she could have been dead? Obviously, before that time. That's just when you declared her dead.
Yes, that time is when we called on the radio, and I declared her deceased.
What happens if
her actual time of death could have been before that?
Okay, gotcha.
What happens?
Do you declare a time of death if you arrive to a scene like a day or two after somebody's been dead?
Yes, because we are normally the first medical provider that sees that person, and usually
Okay, this sounds like the coroner is going to have a different time of death to what fire and rescue have.
when we declare that's the time of
It
death,
sounds like the prosecution is just trying to get ahead of their defense argument.
stays with the patient unless there's some other circumstances.
Okay, so as you said earlier, though, the patient could have died in a general sense, minutes, hours, days before.
Correct.
Not in this particular case, but just in general sense?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions.
All right.
Cross-exam.
Mr. Mullen, how many Polk County Fire Rescue personnel entered the kitchen?
We had a crew of 5 on my crew. I have a partner on the ambulance, and we had 3 on the engine. So I believe all 5 of us had entered.
Okay.
So I believe 5.
5 people entered the actual kitchen.
So I suppose that's going to go to the defense argument that it was a narrow space for fire and rescue. They were moving stuff around.
Correct.
And how many people laid hands on or got close enough to apply like the little stickers we see on Miss Griffith's body?
Myself, my captain who just testified, and then one of my firefighter EMTs had placed those stickers on. Those are the 3 I know. I don't believe anyone else actually had touched her directly.
The area where she was laying was quite confined, right?
Yes.
And the scene was messy when you arrived,
Yes.
as far as blood?
Yes.
All right, come on. And
today, while you were waiting to testify, did you talk about your testimony with any of the other witnesses, say your partner or the captain or the deputies who also responded and cleared the scene for you?
Not exactly. You're just making conversation.
Didn't talk about this case at all?
We talked about the case, but not what we were going to say.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Is that it?
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
What was the defense getting at?
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right.
And Your Honor, that will be the last witness that the state has to present today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making up for your late day yesterday. We're going to end a little bit early today. It's almost 3:30. Please remember you're not to.
All right, you guys have to listen to these instructions, okay? Listen very carefully to these instructions, all right?
Early today. It's almost 3:30. Please remember you're not to even begin thinking about how you might decide this case or form any opinions about the case. Of course, don't talk to anyone about it or look anything up.
Exactly. You guys should not look anything up about this case. Don't look anything up about this case, all right?
Enjoy your evening. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All right. We'll stop right there. We'll stop right there. What time is it? It's 5:20. It's actually much earlier than I thought would be ending, but they were swift in that courtroom. They're not playing around. Very well organized. Again, the attorneys, nothing but respectable. Shout out to all public defenders, all right? Because they are doing a phenomenal job so far, and I love to see it. All right, so I'm gonna end the stream here. I'll be back 10 p.m. Eastern time. All right, 10 p.m. Eastern time. We will be back, and we are going to be gossiping. All right, we'll be back 10 p.m. And then shout out to Brooklyn, Cali, Obag, Benji, Jerome was also in here. So I'll see you guys later on. Again, I'll be back 10 p.m. Eastern time. And if you have to do CPR on anybody, don't do anything with the nipples, okay? Nothing at all. That's not part of the manual. I don't know where the dispatcher got that information from. All right, folks, I am going to parent. I shall be back.